This content is comprised of sworn statements during a trial and may contain material that some individuals may find offensive or inappropriate. Viewer discretion is advised. It might include graphic imagery, language, or themes of a sexual nature, including those depicting underage individuals that could be unsettling or triggering for some audiences. The depiction of sensitive or controversial themes, including underage sexual themes within the context of sworn statements during a trial, is intended solely for the purpose of presenting factual information for legal proceedings. It is important to note that while humor might be used within this content, it is not intended to disregard the seriousness of the issue. Humor may be employed to alleviate discomfort or tension related to the subject matter without undermining the gravity of the topic. Neither YouTube nor this channel condones or promotes any of the behavior or themes depicted within this content. By choosing to engage with this content, you acknowledge and accept that it might contain material unsuitable for certain audiences. Viewer discretion is strongly advised, especially for younger audiences or individuals sensitive to explicit or sensitive content presented in a legal context. Good evening. What's up? Howdy, Vladdy. Good to see you. You expect sexy voices this time. My voice is always sexy.
I know, but the subject matter of these court documents, it's gross to do sexy voices.
Yeah, it is very gross stuff. Well, thank you. Thank you, T-Rex. So if you feel the need to, vomit, make sure you have a bucket because,
true story.
It's no good getting it on yourself. So Jessica, would you like some candy? I'm just kidding. We're so wrong.
Wait, what kind of candy is it? No, that's all yours.
I like it hot, hot, hot. My tongue is all red.
I don't like hot tamales.
I don't either, but that's all they had.
I mean, I don't mind the taste of cinnamon, but those are gross.
Yeah, I agree. I just needed some sugar.
No judgment though.
Oh no.
Oh, did I click that? I didn't mean to. I was clicking the
PDF.
I did. Oh, you did?
Yeah.
I was trying to widen the PDF document.
Oh.
I thought I accidentally clicked it. I'm like, you idiot.
And of course, we got Rabbit. Good to see you, doll. Good to see you. And Baldo, if you're wanting to read with us, you're welcome to, or if you just want to kick back, entirely up to you.
Yeah, either or.
Well, Jessica, if you want to drop him the PDF into Discord, so he has a copy of it. That way he doesn't have to try to read it off the screen. He can just read it on his own. It'll make it a lot easier, I found. I know that it worked really well for Wilhelmer and Jessica to be able to not have to look at the screen and go, wait, determine that I need to scroll up or something.
God damn you, Shizzy. Now I want candy too.
Mm-hmm. Well, just hop in the back of the van right here. It's okay. I got a puppy back here too.
Is it a black van or a white van?
White. It has to be white. White with graffiti spray paint on it.
No windows.
Yeah.
Can't have windows on it.
Yeah. The windows have to be painted with white paint. Make sure it looks super ghetto.
Yeah. Make sure that you wear a clown outfit. Oh, it's so wrong.
Oh God, I've got so many jokes, but
well, you can tell jokes. I mean, there's nothing wrong with telling jokes. We have fun here. You heard my disclaimer, right? Humor is what we use here because this is what we've got. I mean, because this is some disturbing shit. We know it is.
Yeah.
I can honestly say I've only worn a clown outfit once. That was in junior high for theater. It's weird.
Did you have the red nose that squeaks?
Nope. No.
Why not?
Didn't have that. They didn't have.
Is it even clown school if you don't have that?
It wasn't really clown school. They just needed some clowns for a parade.
Hello, Len. Good to see you.
It was fun. Hey, Len. Yeah, it was necessary. It was part of what I had to do for class. It requires so many hours of, being a dumbass.
Being a dumbass is fun.
Yeah. What, they actually taught you how to be a clown?
No, not really. It was mainly to teach us how to do like theater makeup and crap like that.
Oh, okay.
I mean, that was the exercise of it. And they're like, yeah, we'll just get a whole bunch of you clowns and get to, do clown makeup. Have fun.
So they were teaching you the process and the outcome was the clown.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
So did that for a parade. That was the only time I ever did it. I was like, I really don't have any desire to do this on a regular basis.
Also, you're not into Classy?
No.
All right. Fair enough.
He's so wrong. I love it.
I love Baldo.
Yes.
Degeneracy is fabulous.
I know. That's
I messaged Thermo the other night. You weren't hanging out with us, Shizzy, but I messaged Thermo the other night and I was like, I'm keeping Baldo and I'm actually considering shipping him to California so I can keep him.
Hold him in his cute little avatar.
Mm-hmm. Because I'm assuming he looks just like the kangaroo. So I can like pet him and snuggle with him and stuff. So
climb inside his pouch.
Mm-hmm. He'll protect me.
It'll be all gooey, but
it's fine. No comment, Baldo.
# life goals.
Oh, that's awesome. All right. Let's see. Share the screen. We'll get this thing up here. Is that right? No. Yeah. That's right. There it is. Who freaking Ray? So where we left off at was the narrative 42. And so this is the grand jury subpoenas were personally served to the individuals. They were issued to on April 5th, 2006 at approximately 7:30 p.m. I personally served the parents of Black who had informed me that the private investigators were still photographing the family. On April of 10th, 2006, at approximately 2:30 p.m., I served Blank at her residence in some undisclosed location. The subpoena was given to her mother, Ethel. I learned through one of the victims, White, that she was personally contracted through a source that has maintained contact with Epstein. The source assured Black she could receive monetary compensation for assistance in not cooperating with law enforcement. White also stated she was told those who help him will be compensated and those who hurt him will be dealt with. I told Black that tampering with a witness and victim is an arrestable offense and very serious. I asked her who approached her during this encounter. Black originally was reluctant to provide the name of the person who approached her or to offer her not to testify because she felt they were still friends. On April 11th, 2006, Detective Dawson and I traveled to Tallahassee, Florida, and met with the victim, Black 2. Black 2 identified something, white female, as the person who approached her in Royal Palm Beach while she was home during spring break on March 2006. Black also stated she did not want to pursue the intimidation charges on this unknown person. Black was concerned that the defense attorney was given a copy of the report as certain things she had told me in confidence were repeated to her by Beale. Prior to our departure, the victim was given a copy of her subpoena for the grand jury, which was scheduled to commence on April 18th, 2006. Hey, Stephanie Farrington, good to see you.
Stephen Farrington.
Oh, I thought it said Stephanie.
Oh, Stephen Farrington.
I'm so sorry, Stephen. I'm an idiot.
You're fine. It happens.
Upon our return from Tallahassee, I notified the state's attorney's office of what was told to me. I also notified them that the subpoenas were delivered to the witnesses and they would be calling for arraignments for the date and time needed for the grand jury. I spoke with the assistant, I'm trying to remember what that is. It's the ASA, Weiss, and informed her of the possibility of the possible intimidation by the defense. On April 13th and 14th, 2006, I attempted contact on several occasions with ASA Weiss and ASA Blakovich. Great. To ascertain when the victims needed to report for grand jury testimony. Messages were left on their voicemail on April 7th, 17th, 2006 during the hours of 9 a.m. and 11:30 a.m. I again left messages for ASA White and ASA Blakovich for neither of them to return my call, as I had not heard from the state's attorney's office as the time and date for the grand jury. Morons, just red tape. At approximately 12:30, I went to the state's attorney's office and located Weiss and Blakovich in their offices. I entered ASA Blakovich's office to inform me that she was going to return my call. She explained that an offer was made to the defense attorney Guy Fronstein and attorney Alan Dershowitz. The offer is one count of aggravated assault with intent to commit a felony, 5 years probation with adjudication withheld. Epstein would have to submit to psychiatric sexual evaluation, no unsupervised visits with minors. Are you serious? When asked about all the other victims, ASA Blakovich stated that the only offer made as to the one victim, Black. ASA Blakovich's cell phone rang and went to voicemail. She checked her voicemail, played the message on speaker. The caller identified himself as attorney Guy Fronstein and acknowledged the deal made between them. Jesus. Fronstein stated in the message he spoke with his client, Jeffrey Epstein, to agree to the deal. Fronstein asked to call off the grand jury as they would accept this deal. Blakovich stated a probable cause would be needed to book Epstein in the county jail and would let me know as soon as to when it would be needed. I explained my disapproval of the deal and not being consulted prior to the deal being offered. However, I expressed that this was only my opinion and the final approval would come from the chief of police. She explained to have Chief Ryder call Barry Kirshen about the deal. I left the area and returned to the police station where I briefed the chief about the deal offered. This is such garbage. This is absolute bullshit. That this is the deal he got.
This is his sweetheart deal back in 06, wasn't it?
This is a sweetheart deal any day of the week.
No, yeah, but the one he got back in 06.
Yeah, this is the one he got in 06. That he had to submit to psychiatric sexual evaluation and no unsupervised visits with minors. One count aggravated assault with 5 years probation. That's it. 5 years probation. That's what he got.
Such bull.
Could you imagine getting 5 years probation for raping multiple children?
Bullshit.
No, I couldn't imagine getting that for that because no one else would.
Oh, and they're only doing it. They're only doing it for this one person. This one particular person.
Well, I guess this is one of those situations when they say money talks, right?
Yeah.
They never even brought charges on the other victims. It's just on this one particular victim. I left the area and returned to the police station where I briefed the chief about the deal offered. I checked my voicemail messages and discovered a message from Black's stepmother for the victim, White. She was calling because the state's attorney still had not returned any of her calls as to when they are needed for the case. I then called ASA Belkovich's office and left a message for her to call the victims on this case and explain to them what the state's attorney's office had done. Damn right you should. On April 17th, 2006, at approximately 4:30 p.m., State's Attorney Investigator Tim Valentine called to officially notify me of the cancellation of the grand jury. He requested I contact the victims that had been served to appear to notify them of this cancellation. I advised Valentine that as this grand jury session was called based on the state's attorney's office decision to have the victims heard by the grand jury, that I felt it was the state's attorney's office responsibility to contact the victims and advise them of the reason they were no longer needed. That's a fuck you to them. I love it. As he should have done. Like all the effort and bullshit that they went through trying to get the information on this pervert. And this is the way that the district attorney acted. And what is he? And there's nothing he can say or do anything about, unless he wants to have some personal vendetta. As I had not received any. No, it's still carrying on. As I had not received any contact from anyone at the state's attorney's office on May 1st, 2006. I prepared 3 arrest warrant requests and submitted them to the state's attorney's office as the packages were delivered to the Crimes Against Children Unit in care of ASA Lana Blokovich. Jeffrey Epstein's arrest warrant was requested for 4 counts of unlawful sexual activity with certain minors and 1 count of lewd and lascivious molestation. Sarah Kellen, Epstein's assistant, arrest warrant request was for 4 counts of principal and the first degree unlawful sexual activity with certain minors and 1 count of the principal of the first degree lewd and molestation. Harley Robeson's arrest warrant request for lewd and just being douchebags under the ages of 16. The receipt of delivery was signed and brought back to the records division at the police department on May 3rd. Oh, this is a different one, isn't it? You're right. I'm sorry. I'll finish this one and then let you do. On May 3rd, 2006, approximately 2:45 p.m., I received a telephone call from ASA Dahlia Weiss on my cell phone. ASA Weiss advised she has been taken off the Jeffrey Epstein case because her husband is employed with attorney Jack Goldberger. Oh, Jesus. Attorney Goldberger is the attorney of record for Jeffrey Epstein. Holy shit. This is why they didn't go after him. His previous attorney, Guy Fonstein, had been fired from representation. ASA Lana Balkovich has been assigned to the case. ASA Weiss stated that she can no longer speak about the Epstein case with me. I thanked her for her telephone call. ASA's wife further stated that ASA Balkovich would be calling me. This is why they blew it out of the water.
Yeah, so
shit.
Where was the state's, like the head state attorney, not the assistant?
That was the head state attorney.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Tar and feathering is not enough for this person.
Oh, no.
They need to suffer a bit more than just a good old tar and feathering.
No, he ended up, self-deleting in a jail cell. And
oh, I don't mean Epstein. I mean the lawyers. That
lawyers?
let this shit go on. Like, I'm not talking about Jeffrey's lawyers, because that's their job, is to represent him. The lawyers who make the decision to go, oh, well, he's done all this bad shit, but we're only going to pick this tiny little bit out and be like, here's a slap on the wrist, don't do it again, but we know you will.
Well, now you know why.
Yeah, because they were all incestuous with each other.
ASA Weiss, her husband, is now representing Epstein in this. So we're on page 386, if either one of you want to read.
I can do it. My dad's phone came in, so I had to make sure I grabbed it.
Did he get a new iPhone 8?
iPhone 15.
iPhone 8.
You know he would do it if he could.
Well, he's like, I'll pay you back for it. How much was it? I'm like $829.99 plus tax. He's like, he got all quiet. I'm like, yeah, I figured. He just sent me back again. That's fine. All these setbacks, it's fine. It's fine. Totally fine being financially set back. It's fine.
You could have just bought him a flip phone.
Yeah.
I should have just bought him a flip phone so he doesn't break his phone every single time. Because he sits there on Facebook all day going like this and watching videos all loud.
What you should have done is got him a flip phone that has like the big keys on it. You know, one of those big phones, the big buttons on it so you can see them.
For old people.
That's true, because he is old. He's turning 70 this year.
So
that's a good
get
idea.
it big enough that he can't put it in his pocket.
You know, I actually thought about giving him my phone and me taking the 15, because he's gonna break it anyways. I know him.
Mm-hmm.
We got him the iPhone he has right now. We got it for him. I've had mine longer than his, and he broke his before me. Mine, I'm just like, still calls people. That's all I.
What's actually broken on it?
Well, with him, when he answers, he has to answer it on speaker.
Okay.
The little, I think the speaker right here is broken.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. I was gonna say, have you tried doing a full backup and then
Yes.
factory resetting the software?
Yep.
Oh yeah.
I even switched phones with him at one point because I'm like, I use my AirPods anyways. I don't give a shit. That's not gonna bother me. But he's like, no, take your phone back because I want a brand new phone.
Have you tried percussive maintenance?
They said to fix it. I took it in to be fixed, by the way. They said it would be $300. I'm like, I'll take that $300 and I'll just go buy him a new one at this point because he had a functioning one. I gave him mine, but he didn't want it. So, Whatever. You know what they say. When they get older, they revert back to being like a child. So.
Depends. No, I mean, get them some.
That's the underwear that they wear. I'm just joking. That was mean. I'm going to hell.
But only on days that end in Y.
At least I know I'll have friends when I get there.
This is true. I'm pretty sure me and you have a one-way ticket there, Baldo.
Yeah, I bought mine ages ago.
Yeah. All right.
Don't worry. I drive the bus really fast to get there.
On May 10th. Wait, is that where we were?
Yep,
on May 10th?
That's where, yep.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
On May 10th, 2006, information was received that Epstein's associate, Leslie Wexner, God damn it, the Limited Inc. CEO's plane had arrived in West Palm Beach, PBIA. The plane, a Gulfstream 4 bearing N900 LS registration, I can't English sometimes, please forgive me, was on the tarmac at Galaxy Aviation, as Epstein had recently acquired the services of a new attorney. In fact, that Epstein's house is currently under remodeling. It was believed that Epstein may be in Palm Beach. I conducted physical surveillance at the residence, 358 El Brillo Way. I observed a large construction crew conducting remodeling at the house. The contractor, David Knorr, was observed driving a Ford Explorer while white in color. And yes, I called it a Ford Exploder on purpose. Because that's what they do. Where was I?
White in color.
I found it. The vehicle has a Florida plate or Florida registration of F30QQF. Nora left Epstein's house and traveled north on County Road. Detective Caristo and I conducted surveillance on Nora. Nora traveled to several construction sites and checked on certain jobs. Surveillance was discontinued on Nora, and Detective Caristo and I traveled to Galaxy Aviation. I observed the white plane with a blue stripe along the body and tail of the plane. The tail number was visible on the bottom of the tail, closer to the body of the plane. We maintained visual surveillance on the plane until 4:57 p.m. when a caravan of Cadillac Escalades drove onto the tarmac. We observed several people exit the vehicles and discovered that they were part of the executive team for Limited Inc. The executives were in Palm Beach County for an executive meeting for the day. They arrived in Palm Beach County on May 9th, 2006 at 9:30 p.m. and were scheduled to leave on the 10th at 5 p.m. On May 12th, 2006, I met with Lana Blalovic at the state attorney's office. Why do they all have weird names? She explained that her boss, Barry Christier, was requesting this case be taken to the grand jury again. I explained to her I had requested arrest warrants for Jeffrey Epstein, Sarah Kellen, and Haley Robson. I asked that she either issue the warrants or direct file, as so much time has elapsed since the original request to the grand jury. I explained that the Palm Beach Police Department had concluded the case in December of 2005 and has been waiting for the case to go forward. Bilalovic stated the original offer was again offered to the new defense attorney. She was waiting for their answer by Friday, May 19th, 2006. She stated she would advise me of the answer.
You want to read that one, Baldo?
I can't read for shit.
Okay.
Sounds like a 4th grade reading trial.
Do you want me to read it?
It's hard to read whenever you have gummy stuff in your mouth, but I can read it.
Yeah, don't choke, please. We need you. I need you. I can't survive without you.
Yeah, that's not true.
It
will. On May 22nd, 2006, I received several phone calls throughout the day from Mr. Bonehead, who stated that he had been followed aggressively by a private investigator. Mr. Bonehead stated that as he drove to and from work and running errands throughout the county, same vehicle was behind him running other vehicles off the road in an attempt not to lose sight of Mr. Bonehead's vehicle. Jeez. I explained to him that Mr. Epstein had retained new legal counsel. It was possible it would be new private investigators following him to observe his daily activities. I also explained to him that there was a meeting scheduled with ASA Balsack and attorney Jack Goldberger at Mr. Kircher's office scheduled on June 1st, 2006 at 9 a.m. I attempted to call ASA Lana Balsack to inform her of the private investigators following Mr. Bonehead. However, she was on her vacation during the week of May 22nd through May 30th, 2006. And on May 23rd, 2006, I received other phone calls from Mr. and Mrs. Bonehead, who advised they were able to acquire the private investigator's license plate information. The subject following them, again, driving very aggressively and caused Ms. Bonehead to run off the road. Mrs. Bonehead stated that the vehicle is a green Chevy Monte Carlo bearing Florida tag I-35XJA. The vehicle is registered to Zachary Bouchard of Jupiter, Florida. Bouchard is employed with Candor Investigations from Jupiter, Florida. Bouchard is a licensed private investigator in the state of Florida. Well, if you're going to be a private investigator, don't go running people off the freaking road.
All right, so he's got a PI license, but does he have a driver's license?
Apparently not. He's driving really aggressively, just trying to catch up with him. Like, why? Like, you know where they're going to be. You know where they're going.
Wouldn't PIs have, don't they get trained on how to tail people properly?
No.
Oh,
No.
That's dumb.
Just because you get a license as a PI doesn't mean anything. I mean, really. Hey, Jack Tar. How you doing, brother?
What's up, Jack Tar, lad? We also got Dokkan. Good to see you. Judge Maddie. Steven was just asking about you.
And Lost Souls came in to give a thumbs up and give a like.
Up, Lost Souls.
Lost Souls, awesome.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm. That cinnamon's so good.
Sorry,
Yeah.
Shizzy. I'm gonna have to disagree with you on that.
Yeah. Well, the good thing is once they're gone, they're gone. That's what I'm trying to do is figure them. The throat is thoroughly lubricated now. All right. I love you.
You got him.
There are other ways to get that outcome, by the way, that don't include cinnamon.
There's other ways to get what?
A thoroughly lubricated throat.
Well, of course. We know about that. Can you tell me how you get your throat lubricated?
Oh, I'm the lubricator, not the lubricatee.
Oh, so you just keep it dry?
Baldo's trying to keep it PG for YouTube. Poor guy. I know how bad he wants to be degenerate right now.
I know
love
he
you,
does.
Baldo.
He's just sort of going.
He's like, oh, I can't do it.
It's this discovery of the threat made against one of the victims. In this case, Black, I requested subpoenas for all calls made to and received from Black during the month of March 2006 for her cell phone and home phone. I had confirmed with Florida State University the exact dates of the spring break for 2006. The spring break was from March 4th, 06 to 12th, 06. I received a subpoena from Sprint/Nextel with all calls made during the month of March 06. I reviewed the 989 calls made and received during the month of March 06 and observed on March 7th, 06, Black made and received 35 calls during that day. So inbound, outbound, it's got the phone numbers, outbound, those numbers, outbound, blah, blah, blah. Table reflects calls, time of day, duration. The number of calls, inbound, outbound calls, and calls made to or from Black's phone. On March 7th, 06 at 11:03 a.m., made a call to the victim, Black, which lasted 492 seconds, 8 minutes and 2 seconds. The victim then returned the call at 11:16 a.m., which lasted 6 seconds. The victim then made contact with Black at 11:22 for 877.2 seconds, or 11 minutes, or 14 minutes, 6 seconds. These sequences of calls were consistent with the victim and had described to me on the date of the intimidation. Immediately after speaking with the victim, Black makes a call to Sarah Kellen, Epstein's assistant, which lasts for 48 seconds. Call is then immediately received. Telephone number registered to a corporation affiliated with Jeffrey Epstein, located at whatever address in New York. An address. Extensive computer check revealed that the address is a business address which Epstein has his corporations assigned to. Epstein had a corporation attorney, Derek Indike, register the business and register himself as an agent. Also observe Epstein had his El Zorro Ranch Corporation, New York Strategy Group, Ghislaine Corporation, J. Epstein and Company, and the Financial Strategy Group registered to the same address. Finally, a third call is received by Black at 12:02 p.m. from the same corporate number, which lasts 12 minutes and 1 second. It should be noted that there was no further contact with either the victim during the month of March or April of 2006. I also noted that there was no further contact with Sarah Kellen or Jeffrey Epstein during the remainder of the month. 2006, ASA Lana Balsack telephoned me to inform me of the meeting that occurred with attorney Jack Goldberger, and to reference this case, she advised she would make her determination on whether to file on this case or not by Monday, June 5th, 2006. On June 29th, 2006. Wow. I
Real quick.
Yeah.
Back up to those the times and seconds and stuff. Why?
Yeah.
It surprises me that they put it into decimal intervals as well.
Yeah.
But it's only why is it 0.2 of a second? I didn't realize phone companies kept logs that were that accurate.
Yeah, they keep it very accurate. So it's down. So the reason they keep those kinds of things accurate. So say, for example, I left a message for you. And from the time that your message picks up to the time that it goes down, if there was any sort of recording during that time, they want to make sure that it matches up. So 877 seconds and 0.2 seconds. And all of a sudden you notice that the recording was 867 seconds and 9 or something like that. So what was cut out of there in that amount of time. So that's why they keep it so accurate, just for those reasons.
Okay.
I would hope. I could be wrong. She informed me that the grand jury would convene on the 19th to hear the Epstein case. Balsack stated attorney Bar Krishner made the determination. Okay, so that's the state's attorney. So the other ones are assistant state's attorney. That's what it is. So she's an assistant state's attorney, and Bar Kirshner made the determination. On 06, I spoke with Miss Black, mother of the victim. Black, who was inquired about the status of the case. I explained to her that I was told we'd be going to grand jury the week of July 19th, 06. She stated she had not been contacted as of yet by the state's attorney's office for any information. I provided her with the numbers to the state's attorney office. Investigation continues. There you go.
On July 18th, 2006, I received a grand jury letter to appear before the grand jury on July 19th, 2006, referenced the Jeffrey Epstein case. On July 19th, 2006, I responded to the grand jury room and testified before the grand jury. At the conclusion, ASA Balsack stated the grand jury returned with a true bill for felony solicitation of prostitution. On July 25th, 2006, Epstein turned himself into the county jail and was released on a $3,000 bond. Epstein is to return for arraignment on August 25th, 2006 at 8:45 a.m. Attention police clerks. Please show this case cleared by arrest with the arrest of Jeffrey Epstein. What's WM mean?
With knowledge? I don't know. Where does it say?
With malice?
With malice?
Oh.
1/20/1953, I guess that's
I believe that's his birth date.
Okay. End of report.
Yeah. End of report. Okay, now here's where we get into the fun stuff. From Jeffrey E. G Vacation Gmail. Gmax. You can issue a reward to any of Virginia's friends, acquaintance family that come forward to help prove her allegations are false. The strongest is the Clinton dinner. Ooh. And the new version in the Virgin Islands that Stephen Hawking participated in an underage orgy. Ooh. Please note, the information contained in this communication is confidential, maybe attorney-client privileges, blah, 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 blah. I don't really care.
Is it really an orgy if Stephen Hawking is involved? Wouldn't it just be called a salad?
Well, toss salad? It depends. I mean, maybe they were throwing him in the water for pleasure. Saying, come on, swim. Come on, Steve.
I mean, because it's more like a bowl full of vegetables.
Yeah. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe they are just a bowl full of vegetables.
A vegetable orgy.
Vegetable orgy. You saw the one with that they did for Family Guy
Yeah.
with him and his wife. Yes. Yes. It's just like, oh god, that's so horrible. They're laying there in bed, in wheelchairs, typing
Very
stuff out.
creative.
So this is from Ross Gal, Acuity Reputation, and VR cried rape prior case dismisses. Prosecutors found her not credible. Wow. Ghislaine, some helpful leakage. In today's Daily Mail print edition on the web, the UK article, Prince Andrew, sex slave, accused 2 teens, raped 3 years, joined Jeffrey Epstein's harem. And New York Daily News, world sex slave Prince Andrew accused men to grape. 1998 article. Mom told a detective about her daughter's past drug abuse and how many kids in Royal Palm Beach are involved in drugs. I'm curious if I can pull this up right here. I can always see.
That's not really a phrase you want to.
Well, I wonder if it's not online anymore. We could probably find it on Wayback.
That's not really a sentence you want to be saying when you talk about grape. Is some helpful leakage.
It says, "Oops, the page can't be found." Yep.
Okay, I'll look on Wayback.
Yeah. So the first one can't be found. The other one might be able to. We'll see. Because, got to scrub these things off the internet.
Unless someone archives it.
Yep. And
let's look at Wayback.
So yeah, this one still shows up. Let me do this.
Damn, nobody saved that first one on Wayback.
Well, they probably don't need to after you see this. Share screen. Share
oh
screen.
Boy. What are we about to uncover?
Prince Andrew, sex slave, accused 2 teens of raping her when she was just 14, just months before she joined the pedo Jeffrey Epstein's harem. Forced to have blah, blah, blah. Is now having her credibility questions following a new report that reveals she previously accused 2 young men. Virginia Roberts, 31, is in the midst of a lawsuit claiming she was recruited to join his harem of underage women, 99, named Prince Andrew, and attorney Al Durst, which is 2 of the men she was made to serve as. Both men strongly deny claims. It has now been revealed that just months before she was introduced to Epstein, the 14-year-old accused 2 acquaintances of the same thing. According to the records, police started investigation of the case and the assistance of Robert's mother after a report made by a social worker at a group home. While the officers had first had a hard time getting in contact with Roberts because she was living in a medical facility, she eventually told them her side of the story. She reported that in 98 she'd been drinking alcohol and smoking pot in a wooded area. Josh and Kevin, when she passed out, their full names were not reported since they're not formally charged with the crime. She says she woke up to both men taking turns raping her. Ordeal, she says, went on for about 5 to 7 hours. Jesus.
That is a long time.
Yeah. Roberts recalled being dropped off at Josh's house later, where he had sex with her again. When officers tracked down the 2 men, both testified that it was a consensual threesome.
Sure it was.
Yeah. That's what I would say. Jesus. A detective who spoke with Josh reported that the young man said the girl was tired and he urged her to do to sleep. Urged her to do to sleep. He says then said to him something into the effect of, "Why don't you keep me awake?" So he thought it was consensual. At no point did I hear no. Well, if she's got a gag in her mouth, of course you're not going to hear no. So he was charged with lewd assault upon a child. He only saw her once again after that night, and he was completely surprised by the accusation. Kevin was processed as a juvenile. However, prosecutors decided to drop the case in 98 due to Robert's lack of credibility with no substantial likelihood of success at trial, which is always a possibility. Hey, MLS, what's going on? Good to see you, brother. That's probably being a pervert if I had to guess. Yeah, just as good at being a pervert.
I told him that was only in our DMs, like mine and his. I don't know why he's making it public.
Yeah, you should. See, now you're going to be missing out on it because you're not going to get any more of that perversion. Good job. Good job. You screwed it all up. No perversion for you anymore. Exhibit 2. It's just a bunch of email chains. And some of it looks like a lot of them were left out. Now, I also have to be careful with some of these documents because I've got unredacted stuff. Like, so some of the newer stuff that came out over the past couple of days I have unredacted pictures that later they've made to be redacted. And I'll show you the pictures, Jess, because whenever you see this one particular picture, you're going to go, there's no way that anybody thought that these girls were over the age of 18. And it's not a lewd picture at all. No, there's no lewdness involved. I think the reason it's redacted is because of the age of the girls.
Yeah.
So it's not like that. It's not like there's any dirty stuff. Give me just a second. I'll show it to you. Which one was it? I want to say this one here in exhibit 7. Could be wrong. Yeah. So I'll send this to you. Copy. If it'll go to you, it may be too big. No, it'll work. So if you scroll down on those pictures, because we were talking about these girls the other day, if you scroll down to page, what is it? Page 6. You tell me that those girls look like they're over the age of 18.
The ones on the screen.
Oh, crap. Sorry. My bad.
No.
None of them look like they're over the age of 18. Damn it. Thank you. Oh, man. Hope I would get in trouble for that shit. Good job. Good job, Shizzy. Bonehead. Nice job. But I couldn't do that again if I tried.
I'm assuming the Nadia chick is the blonde one.
That's what I'm assuming. Let's see if I can pull this over onto something else.
There's Ghislaine with her dyke haircut.
Yeah. I don't know which one was blacked out on there. But those girls do not look very old at all.
Nope.
That's for a later date. Damn it. Those unredacted versions are still available on Pacer and Quick Listener. Yes, but I'm trying not to. Dang, you're late. No, you're right where you're supposed to be, right on time. Always right on time. So yeah. Zip 2. Go scroll down through that. And so here's I'm scrolling through a lot of this because it's all like client attorney stuff that really doesn't matter because it's just preliminary statements. Like Ms. Maxwell objects to the request to the extent they attempt to impose any requirement. Just go, I'm not going through all that crap because there's no point into that. So these are like requests for documents. Not going to do all that. More requests. Document request. Document request. Let's see. Reduce response. Yeah, it's basically just saying screw you. I ain't doing anything because it's overly broad. Blah blah blah. Certificate of service. And the Dershowitz case. We're still at 320. This is document 18 or exhibit like 18. Table of authorities. Defendant argues Ms. Goffrey and her two attorneys, Caswell and Edwards, have somehow placed at issue her confidential attorney-client communications, therefore have made a sweeping waiver of attorney-client privilege in the case. Defendant, however, fails to cite the controlling law on the issue. So this is just arguments back and forth, giving reasons. For example, Jane Doe 3 alleges she had been forced by Epstein to have sexual relations with various persons, including Dershowitz, who had been one of Epstein's defense attorneys negotiating the non-prosecution deal and arranging to keep it secret from the victims. Dershowitz also filed a motion to intervene to contest the allegations. So basically just blaming Dershowitz. Whether he did or not, don't know. I mean, he knows, and the person in this case knows, but Epstein's can't talk about it anymore. So what is this? As defamation moved forward, Dershowitz subpoenaed Ms. Goffrey. I decided not to waive my attorney-client privilege at this time. Also denied that Cassell and Edwards ever pressured to identify someone as being involved in her sex case. Sexual abuse case. Oh, look. Ultimately, Cassell, Edwards, and Dershowitz agreed to settle their defamation case that someone include both a public statement, confidential monetary payments as part of the settlement. Cassell and Edwards withdrew the allegations against Dershowitz in the defamation case contained in the then pending summary judgment motion. So Dershowitz just paid him to shut the hell up and go away. Which that doesn't mean he's guilty. It's just he paid him to go the fuck away. That's what she said. Good to see you. Good to see you. Let's see. What do we got here? Legal standards for the waiver. Blah, blah. Florida law. Protecting client attorney privilege, basically. So they don't want to bring anything there. Did Goffrey not waive her attorney? Did not waive her attorney-client privilege when Edwards and Cassell filed and pursued their own defamation action against Alan Dershowitz. Okay. That doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. That's just a bunch of pissing in the wind. That's what it boils down to. Defendant spends significant time arguing that Ms. Goffrey's answers to several deposition questions about the absence of any communications from Cassell and Edwards that she provided false information constituted a waiver of attorney-client privilege. Arguing that never answered to the question, has Brad Edwards ever pressured you or encouraged you in any way under any circumstances at any time to provide false information about Jeffrey Epstein constituted a waiver of attorney-client privileges? Yeah, I would agree. Let me see. So it's just a bunch of bullshit. Oh, here we go. So here's the deposition of Virginia Goffrey. So you want ready for this one?
What page?
It's going to be page 488.
All right. Going. Still scrolling.
If you get to page 489, it's where it really picks in.
All right. We're there.
Let's see what it asked before that. That's just where it starts out.
Okay.
So do
I
you want to be
believe.
you want to be the attorney, or do you want me to be the or do you want me to be Guthrie? Want me to be Virginia?
I'll be
You-
Virginia. You be the attorney. You have a better attorney voice.
Oh, I believe that this is when I was hoping to join the CVRA case. I think that would be you saying that.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm all right. And do you know when this document was filed? And actually, just to be clear, about halfway, there's actually a good second document that was filed. So this is a composite exhibit. Let me be very clear. So after page 13, there's a second document that is styled Jane Doe number 3 and Jane Doe numbers 4, corrected motion pursuant to Rule 21 for joinder in action. Do you see that?
Did you say page 14?
It's on the 14th page of this document. Do you see that?
I do.
And so this composite exhibit 2 has both a motion and corrected motion. Do you see that?
Yes.
And were both of those pleadings authorized by you to be filed?
Yes.
In other words, you wanted to join the CRVA action in or about December 30th, 2014. Is that correct?
I'm not aware of the exact dates. There's no dates on this, but I did try to join the motion. Yes.
All right. You can look at the top line of the document.
Yes.
Okay. Does it say entered on FLSD?
Oh, it does too. I'm sorry. Yes.
That's all right. So does that refresh your memory as to when you first sought to join the CVRA action?
Yes.
December 30th, 2014, correct?
Yes.
And the corrected motion was filed a few days later, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay, if I could turn to Defendant's Exhibit 3, which was January 21st. Here's the Exhibit 3 marked. Mr. Edwards says, thank you. The question, again, is by me. Miss Manager, do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
Physical features of Ghislaine Maxwell.
I can tell you that she had very large natural breasts. I can tell you that her pubic hair was dark brown, nearly black. I don't remember any specific birthmarks or moles that I could point out that would be relevant.
Any scar?
I don't remember any scars.
Any tattoos?
No tattoos.
When did you next go to El Brillo House?
I believe it would have been the next day.
You believe that it would have been, or was it? Form?
I know that it was consecutive, that I continued to go there after the first time that the abuse took place there. It was consecutive that I was there, I believe, over the next course of weeks.
What day of the week was the first time you went?
I don't know.
Do you know whether you went the very next day or not?
I believe I did.
All right. So how did you get there the very next day? Form?
I believe my dad dropped me off again.
When you say you believe, do you recall him doing that, or are you guessing?
Well, this is how I figure this. I don't remember Ghislaine picking me up from Mar-a-Lago. I didn't have my own car. So the only way I could have really gotten there would have been by my dad picking me up. Dropping me off.
Do you have a distinct recollection of your father dropping you off there more than one day in a row?
Yes.
You do not recall the car he was driving?
Like I said, he always drove trucks. That's as good as I can get.
And so, and you worked on weekends as well as Mar-a-Lago or no?
No.
So the second day would have to be. That's all I got.
I wouldn't say directly.
How?
I'd say I stayed with my parents for I think I finished school at Crestwood, so I would have been in, I don't know, I guess 8th grade. Finished 8th grade, and then I don't know. I really don't know. Around 8th grade,
You went to growing together.
I think it was then.
And how many years did you live at growing together?
Over a year. Over a year.
So were you ever in foster care? Was growing together?
What growing together was like a group home that sent you away to foster parents every night.
Oh, that sounds depressing. So you lived in other people's homes during the period of time you were assigned to growing together.
Well, you stayed at growing together during the day, and then at night you get sent home with parents.
So did you go to school while you were growing together?
Yeah, they offer education there.
So the education was at growing together.
Yeah.
You did not attend Palm Beach County?
I did, but you had to earn your levels up to be able to go outside. So I don't remember what level you have to get up to go out to another school. I think there was like 7 levels or something, and you had to make it to like level 4 to be able to go to outside school.
It sounds fucking depressing. So for some period of time, you were assigned to growing together and you were going to school at growing together. And for some period of time, you were going to other schools and coming back to growing together.
Correct.
And when you came back to growing together, you were set to spend the night at a family's home.
Yes.
So you never slept at growing together.
No.
Did you live other than living at or staying at growing together during the day and sleeping at those other homes at night? Is there anywhere else you recall living in the period?
I think it's redacted. I really can't make out the telephone number.
Okay. Do you see relationship? Can you read that?
Friend.
Okay. Do you see just below that there's a line that says number 21?
Do not stop. Sorry. Do not sign application until requested to do so by administrating an oath.
Okay. Applicant signature, age 13 or older.
What?
It says,
applicant.
It says it's by the signature line.
Yeah.
Why did I skip something?
I think you read the part that I was supposed to read. Okay. So you're Q and I'm A, I guess.
Yeah.
So.
And you said, do not sign the application until request to do so by administering an oath.
Yeah.
Then I said, okay.
And then applicant signature, age 13 or older.
Gotcha. Oh, it's by the signature line.
Yeah.
And is that your signature?
Yes.
All right. And this is the document that you recall filling out for your first passport?
I don't recall doing it, but yes, it's in my handwriting and it's got all of my information on it.
Okay. And online, box 23, it's got your driver's license checked off, right?
July 23rd. Yeah, I really can't make out. And when they say, what?
Massage,
that means erotic. Okay, and that's their term for it. I think there are plenty of other witnesses that can attest to what massage really means. And I'm telling you that Ghislaine told me to go to Glenn Dubin and give him a massage, which means sex. Wait.
Yeah,
it jumps from page 183 on the document to page 200.
Yeah, it's so weird. So what page, what is this? This is I'm looking for this right here. It's 1320-19. Give me just a second. I'm going to see if I can pull this up a little bit better. And I'm going to hide my screen.
It's a lot of these pages are jumping.
Yeah, let me see if I can. There might be a reason why it's doing that. Let me see if I can find this real quick. Because that's really
because I'm like, that doesn't make sense. That's why I was like,
yeah, I was
like, what?
I was having a hard time following some of that myself. I'm like, what is going on with this? Because that shouldn't be that difficult. Then it might just be that there's so many redactions in there or something, or whoever compiled it like really screwed up. That happens quite often. Come on. I hate whenever this crap happens. Because, you know, what would be fun if we didn't get this kind of garbage? Let's go to 1320. Holy crap. And what exhibit is that? Can you tell?
No.
Give me a second. I'll see if I can figure it out.
Okay, I'll keep the chat entertained.
1320-19. That's what it is. That's
I'll keep the
attachment
chat
19.
entertained.
The one with the black hair, is your name Emerson? Oh, that's weird. It's Emerson big old titties, you know what I'm saying?
So bad. All right, let me download this into
All right, I'll keep going until you're ready.
I love you. You love me. Can I lick you where you pee? What?
Oh my God.
All right. So let's see if this looks any better. And what page were you on that? It'll say, like at the bottom will say page 23, bottom right hand corner of the page.
183.
183. Let me see. 130. So it skips from, and this is no joke, it starts out at page 22, skips to 23, and then goes to 131. That's in the filed documents.
What the hell?
And then it goes from 132 to 173, 174, 183, 200, 201, 202, 203, 204, 205, 206, 27, 28, 29, 210, 11, 12. This is insane. It goes hog wild. So who just joined us? Awesome.
Hello, hello.
Hello, sir. How are you? Good to see
Oh,
you.
I am just ducky. What are you guys talking about tonight?
The Ghislaine Maxwell. We're reading over the court documents, but we've got a bunch of pages missing in these documents.
Well, why? Why would they hide anything from us?
Well, that's the thing. It's really weird. The stuff that they're hiding, they're not really hiding anything. It just skips like drastic amounts of questions. Like,
So I see you screwed up downloading it. I got it.
No, I
No.
I went back to where I downloaded it from, a different location that's exactly the filing that there is.
You went to the Pacer system?
Yeah.
Okay.
So this is this goes, it starts out on page 22, 23, and it jumps to page 131. Like right in the middle.
That's weird. What were they getting into? No one else has said they're missing pages. So I'm curious.
Well, and there's no pages missing from what's been filed, from what I can tell. It's just like there's a massive redaction or something. Like this right here. I'll show you what I'm talking about. Reset there. So over here. So here's what I'm talking about. It says, so that refresh your memory about the first join the CVRA action. Like, and so we've already missed 20, whatever was prior to 22. Like it's completely gone. So you hit page 22, it's got this one, and then it goes to page 23, and then from page 23 it goes to 131.
That's where they name Hunter. That's why that's missing.
I have no idea.
I have no idea either.
Yeah, it makes no sense.
I'm just making stuff up.
Yeah. So that's what we ran into. That's so I don't know. It's almost like there's no point in even reading this stuff.
Which document's this on?
It's on those documents that I showed you earlier, page 1 or page 495, the one that she sent you. So you joined us to read, David?
I'm just, I got a link from Jessica, and I didn't want to disappoint her, so I jumped on. But I'm squaring away the house, and then I got to leave shortly to go get my wife, who is taking a train to Windsor from the airport. She's just getting back in the country.
Nice.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah.
It's going to be fun.
Well, I think she's just using the train as an opportunity to sleep. She's been traveling for like 24 straight hours, or at least she will be by the time I get her home.
Oof.
So it's one of those weird like connectors, and you jump around, and then there's delays and layovers, and it's just one of those bad trips home where she'll be traveling for 24 hours. So it's not a fun one.
No, that's never fun.
So I'm here for Jessica.
Aw, I appreciate you. You're forgiven.
I didn't know I did anything wrong, but cool. I didn't know it. Can I just stock them up in advance?
Yes,
All
totally.
Right.
Oh my God. So 183, and that's why it looks so funky whenever it skips from 183 to 200.
Yeah, because when I was reading it, I was like, wait, what?
Like why? How did it go from I really can't make out, and when they say massage, that means erotic? Okay, I'm like, what? It's like, wow, we just went right.
Is that like igloo means Civil War? I mean, are we just assuming, or does it actually mean that? Is there a cheat code somewhere?
Well, according to her, there is. Whenever she's talking about massages, she's talking about erotic massages.
Okay.
Or sex.
Is there another kind?
Yeah, I give my wife head massages.
Does she give you head massages?
I was going to say with your head or her head.
Why not both?
I'll quietly exit now.
Yes! 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 Is that how it happens, Shizzy?
No, she doesn't fake it. It's a little more like this right here. Yeah, just like sexy time.
That kid's awesome.
Of course, whenever I walk in there and do this number, I'm going to get some.
Oh my.
That's just pregame.
Yeah, that's just pregame.
Oh my.
Everyone missed the deer burgers. Maybe next time. Deer burgers. Love me some deer burgers. Venison's awesome.
Never had deer meat.
You've never had venison?
What?
No, but they sell it at Fraser Farms.
Well, you should get some.
Try it at least once.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
How do you even cook it?
Same way you
depends on how you get it. Well, I mean, you can get venison medallions, but you can also get like some tenderloin, or you can have it in a sausage format. It just depends on how it's produced.
I mean, cook it like you would, any other meat.
Yeah.
If you like it rare, cook it rare. If you like it well done, cook it well done.
Okay.
It's a protein. And you too can love Bambi.
Rabbit said, just like beef, but needs fat added.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
Add some oil.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a little gamey. It's really tough. It's not a cow that's been standing in pasture all its life, It's
deer that's been running for its entire life, running away from the wicked hunter that killed Bambi's mother.
You can get farm raised venison though, that I imagine would have a little more fat to it.
Yeah, and not all venison is going to be really gamey. It sort of depends on where you're getting it from. Like,
Yeah.
you know,
Well,
like what
I
area of
would
the country you get it from, what its
I would
diet
have
is.
to get it from the grocery store because it's illegal to hunt them out here.
Is it?
Yeah, you can't really hunt wildlife in California. There is a lot of protections.
In Southern California, there's a lot of hunters in Northern. Are you Northern or Southern?
I'm in Southern.
Oh, well,
No,
I
they
mean,
only
are
hunt
you even?
them.
Yeah. I mean, I'm surprised they're even allowed to sell beef in Southern California.
Well, it's not
Yeah.
beef anymore.
I hate it here.
They make it with Z-bugs.
Eh.
Yeah.
Jessica needs to move out of that commie state. I agree. You should move to Ohio, Jessica.
Then I'll be too close to T-Rex. Then he won't leave me alone in real life.
Well, I was thinking more feral housewife, but yeah, I didn't know T-Rex was there too.
If you like the
I was
cold,
thinking they could-
sure.
Cold is nice.
No.
I posted in the private chat the order sealing that document and the order partially unsealing it. Might be interesting going over that.
Let me see.
No, I guess T-Rex wasn't listening because I'm surprised he didn't go off on me in the chat like, hey.
Yeah, so the clerk court is directed strike docket 13, 20, 13, 14, 15, 39, 40, 20. And what was that filed? 1-4. Yeah, it doesn't matter. I've already got it downloaded.
So what are we reading here? What's going on?
Yeah.
What's the topic of conversation?
So we've just been reading these over here. Reading.
No, I meant what are they talking about in the transcripts? Like, what's the topic in the transcripts?
They're just directing to strike shit. That's all it is. So it says it's basically in the Virginia Gaffrey. There's an order that was filed 104 of 2024. The clerk of the court is directed to strike docket entries 1320-13, which would be the exhibit 13, 15, 39, and 40, 14, 39, and 40. And right now we're reading 19. Let's see, I can go up and see if there is a 17, 15. So I've got 15 and I've got 14 right here. I'm pretty sure already. I think 14 is what we just finished with. Let me go back here. Yeah, see, we already read 14. But that's what they want struck out of there.
That email?
The second link is the order unsealing it. Unsealing parts of it.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. So let me see that. Yeah. It's in 003, 249. Although some of those are really early ones too. Like those are 383 and we're like in the 2000s or 3000s now. So 14. Yeah, just naming Doe. Unsealed in full, 249-13. So some of those are old and some of them are new. That's what it looks like. Yeah. It's crazy. Where are we at? Well, that was, I think it was what, 400 something.
493 is where I'm at.
Oh, 493. That's why.
That's where it jumps.
Yeah, thank you. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. 4, 3. So it was no, we already talked about that. 493, 493, 174. But we were at 183, I thought.
Yeah, we're at 183.
Yeah, 183. When they
You lost your place.
Yeah, that's okay. We found it again. Hey, at least we brought our documents, damn it.
That's true.
So you want to continue on there, Jess? Or we can entertain MLS. We can do
Is it on the same document or the one that Baldo shared?
No, there's nothing that Baldo showed that's this is all we've got.
Just read to me.
Read to me.
Okay. All right. So, and when they say massage, that means erotic, okay? And that's their term for it. I think there are plenty of other witnesses that can attest to what massage actually means. And I'm telling you that Ghislaine told me to go to Glenn Dubin and give him a massage, which means sex.
Okay, so Ghislaine Maxwell told you to give a massage to Glenn Dubin.
Correct. That's
your testimony.
That is my testimony.
All right. Ghislaine Maxwell told you to give a massage to Mr. Black. Correct?
Correct.
Ghislaine Maxwell told you to give a massage to Prince Andrew. Correct?
Correct.
Ghislaine Maxwell told you to give a massage to Bill Richardson. Correct?
Correct.
When did Ghislaine Maxwell tell you to give a massage to Bill Richardson?
I don't know dates.
Where were you?
When it happened?
When Ghislaine Maxwell used the words, go give a massage to Bill Richardson, where were you? Object to form, mischaracterizes her testimony. That's Mr. Edwards.
I can't tell you where we were. I know where I was sent to. I don't know where we were and when she told me to do that.
Where were you? Where were you sent to?
New Mexico.
By Ghislaine Maxwell. Object to the form, mischaracterizes her testimony again.
Are you smiling at me because...
No, I'm asking you to answer the question.
I have answered the question. I was sent to New Mexico.
Okay. Where were you sent from?
I already answered that. I don't know where I was sent from.
Okay.
This is the perfect inflection, by the way, because I can feel the witness saying it this way.
I know.
Me putting an attitude to it. You're welcome.
She's doing such a good job on this.
Yeah, no, it's exactly. I've sat through a lot of depositions of people that didn't want to be there, and that's exactly how they sound. It's perfect.
Thank you. I was flying everywhere with these people.
Where were you sent by Ghislaine Maxwell to have sex with Jean-Luc Brunel? Object to the form, mischaracterized her testimony.
Many places.
Okay. Ghislaine Maxwell sent you to many places to have sex with Jean-Luc Brunel. Object to the form.
It happened at many places, yes.
You had sex with Jean-Luc Brunel at many places. Is that what you're saying? Correct?
I was sent to Jean-Luc Brunel at many places to have sex with him.
When did Ghislaine Maxwell send you to a place to have sex with Jean-Luc Brunel?
You are asking
form
me to answer the impossible.
All right. When did Ghislaine Maxwell send you to have sex with the owner of a large hotel chain? Object to form, mischaracterization.
I'm going to keep answering the questions the same way that I keep answering them. I don't know where it was when she said to go do this.
Okay. Where were you sent to have sex with the owner of a large hotel chain by Ghislaine Maxwell? Object to the form.
I believe that was one time in France.
Which time in France?
I believe it was around the same time that Naomi Campbell had a birthday party.
Where did you have sex with the owner of a large hotel chain in France around the time of Naomi Campbell's birthday party?
In his own cabana townhouse thing It was part of a hotel, but I wouldn't call it a hotel. Jeffrey was staying there, Ghislaine was staying there, Emmy was staying there, I was staying there. This other guy was staying there, I don't know his name. I was instructed by Ghislaine to go and give him an erotic massage.
She used the words erotic massage.
No, that's my word. The word massage is what they would use. That's their code word.
Was she in the room when you gave this erotic massage to the owner of a large hotel chain?
No, she was not in the room. She was in another cabana.
And other than telling you to go give the owner of this large hotel chain a massage, do you remember any other words she used to you to direct you in what you should do?
Not at the time, no.
Where were you and where was Miss Maxwell when she directed you to go have sex with Marvin Minsky? Object to the form.
I don't know.
Where did you go to have sex with Marvin Minsky?
I believe it was the U.S. Virgin Islands. Jeffrey Epstein's island in the U.S. Virgin Islands.
Sorry, I just saw. Hal, there's something wrong with you. Having Shizzy is okay for a guy, but a nickname of Jizzy for a chick.
I was wondering if you were pronouncing her name wrong on purpose. It's awesome though.
That just means she's good at her job.
Yeah,
That's true.
My husband wishes that massage meant when you're tired at the end of the day. Damn right. God, thanks, Haley. Hey, you have renamed Shissy Jizz Whiz Nuts in my head.
Oh my.
Yeah. And when was that?
I don't know.
Do you have any time of year?
No.
Do you know how old you were?
No.
Other than Glenn Dubin, Mr. Black, Prince Andrew, Jean-Luc Brunel, Bill Richardson, another prince, the large hotel chain owner, and Marvin Minsky, is there anyone else that Ghislaine Maxwell directed you to go fuck or have sex with? I'm sorry.
I am definitely sure there is, but can I remember everybody's name? No.
Yeah, it's just so many. You have a hard time doing that. Slut. I'm definitely okay. Can you remember anything else about them?
Look, I've given you what I know right now. I'm sorry. This is very hard for me and very frustrating to have to go over this. I don't recall all of the people. There was a large amount of people that I was sent to.
Do you have any notes of all those people that you were sent to?
No, I don't.
Where are your notes?
I burned them.
When did you burn them?
In a bonfire when I lived in Titusville because I was sick of going through this shit.
Did you have lawyers who were representing you at the time you built a bonfire and burned these notes?
I've been represented for a long time, but it was not under the instruction of my lawyers to do this. My husband and I were pretty spiritual people, and we believed that these memories were worth burning.
So you burned the notes of the men with whom you had sex while you were represented by counsel in litigation, correct? Object to the form.
This wasn't anything that was a public document. This was my own private journal, and I didn't want it anymore, so we burned it.
When did you write that journal?
Just over time, I started writing it probably in, I don't know, I can't speculate, 2012, 2011.
So many people keep journals. I don't know why.
Yeah.
Because they're gay.
Yeah.
Confession is good for the soul.
So,
But why write it down? Always in cash, never in writing. I mean, who doesn't know that?
I write everything down. No, I just record everything on YouTube. That's all. So you did not write this journal at the time it happened?
No.
You started writing this journal approximately a decade after you claim you finished being sexually trafficked, correct?
Yes.
And you started writing a journal after you had a lawyer, correct?
Correct.
including Mr. Edwards, who is sitting right here, correct?
Correct.
What did that journal look like?
It was green.
And what else?
It was just a spiral notebook.
Okay. And what did you put into that green spiral notebook?
Bad memories, things that I've gone through, lots of things, you know. I can't tell you. There was a lot of pages. It was over 300 pages in that book.
Did you ever show that book to your lawyers?
No.
Did you show that book to anyone?
My husband?
Did you show it to anyone else besides your husband?
No.
Did you tear out pages and give them to Sharon Churcher?
No, I wrote those pages that you're talking about. I wrote for her specifically. She wanted to know about the Prince Andrew incident.
So that's a different piece of paper.
Yeah, that's just random paper.
Oh, so you had a green spiral notebook that you began sometime in 2011 or 2012 in which you wrote down your recollections about what happened to you, and you burned that in a bonfire in 2013. Did I get that right?
You got that right.
And do you have no other claims of people to whom you claim Ghislaine Maxwell directed you to have sex? Is that correct?
At this time, no.
Is there any document that would refresh your recollection that you could look at?
If you have a document you'd like to show me, I'd be glad to look at it and tell you the names I recognize off of that.
I'm just asking you if there's a document you know of that has this list of names on it.
Not in front of me, no.
Where is the original of the photograph that's been widely circulated in the press of you with Prince Andrew?
I probably still have it. It's not in my possession right now.
Where is it?
Probably in some storage boxes.
Where?
In Sydney.
Where in Sydney?
At some family's house. We got the boxes shipped to Australia, and they were picked up off the porch by my nephews and brought to their house.
Which is where?
In Sydney.
Where in Sydney?
Some fucking where.
And who lives in that house?
Well, it's owned by my mother-in-law and father-in-law, but my nephews live in the house.
What are their names?
I'm not giving you the names of my nephews.
What's the address of the house?
Why would you want that?
I want to know where the photograph is. I'm asking you where the photograph is, and you've just told me it's somewhere in Sydney.
Yes.
So where in this particular place in Sydney is the photograph located?
If I can't 100% say that the photograph is there, it could be at my house that I presently live in. I'm not going to give you the address of my nephew's residence.
You bitch. If I can't 100%, sorry. When is the last time you saw the photograph in person?
When I packed and left America.
Colorado?
Yes.
All right. So you had that photograph here with you in Colorado.
Yes.
What's on the back of the photograph?
I'm sorry?
Is there anything on the back of the photograph?
There's like the date it was printed, but no writing or anything.
Okay. Does it say where it was?
How old is this woman at the time of her deposition? Do we know?
Well, this was taken in 2016, and I believe she was in her 30s.
Okay.
And this sex.
She sounds like a snobby little 20-year-old at times. That's what I was wondering.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, she could be like early 20s, snobby little teenager.
Yeah, but she could also be really, really pissed at the questions.
Sick of their shit, yeah.
And just
yeah, we're not seeing it live. I guess I'm just listening to Jessica's.
Anyone?
Yeah, right?
Oh, can I have the address? How about go fuck yourself?
That's what I would say.
Well, and it's like what's on the back of the picture as if she was confused. Like you don't realize that sometimes people write down names and dates on the backs of pictures. It just sounded like maybe she was really young and the concept of printed photographs was foreign to her. I don't know. That's what I got. But I'm basing it off of Jessica's reading too.
Yeah. Yeah. She's not, she knows what those photographs are. They're just trying to figure out if there was something written on there.
And they probably want to send someone to go intimidate her cousins or nephews to get the
Yeah,
photos for whatever
And that's why
reason.
she doesn't want to give them the address.
Oh, absolutely. I wouldn't. And her nephews are probably just like little ones too.
And well, she said that her nephews went and picked the boxes up, so they're probably in their late teens, early 20s.
Oh yeah, that's true.
You know,
So,
Baldo,
but
I don't
it's
think we've
still-
ever met. Hello.
Probably not. How's it going?
Good.
Yeah. Baldo Gagger is a regular over on Jess's. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's one of my favorite peoples.
Mhm.
Well, now that I know I'm not, that's fine.
She said one
Wait,
of.
I
so-
said one of my favorite peoples.
Yeah, but
implying that
apparently I
there's
did
many.
something to you that I had to be forgiven for, and I didn't even know.
I was
So
fucking with you. Relax.
I know.
Yeah, I can't think of when did this happen.
I don't know.
What? When did MLS?
Oh, like an hour ago.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm used to that.
Oh, that. Oh, that.
So, whose camera was this taken with?
Wait. Oh, that was at the bottom. My little yellow Kodak camera.
That sounds hot. Who took the picture?
Jeffrey Epstein.
And where did you have it developed?
Your mom's house. I believe when I got back to America.
So where? Up your ass?
I don't know.
Palm Beach?
I don't know.
What is the date the photograph was printed?
I believe it's in March 2001.
Okay, bitch.
But that's just off my photographic memory. It could be different, but I think it's March 2001.
Did she say photographic memory?
You have a
Yeah, she
photographic
did. That was the
memory?
dumbest
the
shit I've
question.
ever heard.
That's the question. That's the next question. You have a photographic memory?
I'm not saying I have a photographic memory, but if I look at the back of the photo and I remember what it says, I believe it was March 2001.
Did the photograph ever leave your possession for a while?
I gave it to the FBI
Okay. And when did you get it back?
when they took copies of it.
When was that?
2011.
When they came to interview you.
Yes.
Okay. So from 2011 until you left Colorado, it was in your personal possession.
Yes.
What other documents related to this case are in that storage boxes in Australia? Object to form.
Documents related to this case, I don't know. I really can't tell you. I mean, there's 7 boxes full of Nerf guns, my kids' toys, photos. I don't know what other documents would be in there.
Okay, now this is questioned by Miss Menninger, which is her defense. Did anyone search those documents after you received discovery requests from us in this case?
I haven't been able to obtain those boxes. I can't get them sent back up to me. It's going to cost me a large amount of money. And right now, I'm trying to look after my family, so I'm not able to afford to get them up.
Ooh, get them up. You live in Australia, correct?
I do.
We're going off the record. Mr. Edwards agrees that's fine. She'll read. Videographer concludes for the day.
It skipped another page. That's why.
Yeah. Let's see. Ghislaine Maxwell files and response. It's just basically given a little bit of background information on these silly people. Let's see what we got. Plaintiff's request is premature. Weighing in factors and no basis for permitting more than the presumptive 10 deposition limit. Oh, so they've only got 10 depositions that they're allowing in. By way of example, plaintiff has already deposed Joanna Soberg, a former Epstein employee, Juan Alessi, David Rogers, former Epstein pilot. She further seeks to depose Maria Alessi, and Joe Fontanella, former Epstein household employees, as well as Black and Emmy Taylor, identified as assistants. The information plaintiff claims each witness may have identical to each other. It says she testifies she was hired by an adult to provide professional massages. Miss Maxwell never asked any type of sexual massage. Garbage. Like nothing that's worth reading. Hereby files his reply. So defendant wholly mischaracterized Ms. Soberg's testimony about the professional massages. These are just more filings. We want to get to the juicy stuff. What was that? It says, Mr. Rizzo testified about another episode where defendant gave instruction presided over a group of 11 girls as young as 14-year-old playing a kissing game with and for Jeffrey Epstein. Jeez. What a sick fuck. What a sick fuck this guy is. Let's see. And more certificates of service. So this is the one that's filed under seal. And this is confidential. This is deposition of Joanna Soberg. I think that we've already read this one. When does this one recorded? 2016. So this is a different one. So you remember the earlier deposition that we were reading? That was from 2006, wasn't it?
Yeah. So this is 2016.
Okay. So in 2006, she was around 18.
Mm-hmm.
So this would have made her
28.
28.
She was 28 at the time.
Yeah. So this Soberg was 28 at the time.
How old was she in 2016? Oh, she was 28 in 2016.
Yeah, and the funny thing is, it starts out on page 21.
She was born in 88 by those numbers.
Oh, so she's old enough. Then, I guess I don't know some of her answers.
Well,
but yeah, like you said, maybe
she was born in 98, but she was only 18. No,
88.
88.
She was born in 88, and this happened in 2001. I think is that right? Yeah, I think she was in college at the time. Soberg was in college.
Okay.
That doesn't add up, because if this happened in 2001, she would have been 13.
No, you mean in college at the time of her testimony?
Yeah, she was in college. No, she was in college at the time that she got hired by Maxwell.
Then she wasn't born.
She got approached. She got approached at the college.
Right.
And when was she approached at the college?
Was it 06?
Yeah. I believe it was 06.
That's right.
Oh, okay. Well, so.
Yeah, she was of age. She
it was like she was in there for 5 years and she left in 06. So 6, 5, 4, 32. So 2001.
Okay.
All right, then she can't have been born in 88 because she would have been 13 when she entered.
Yeah.
Yeah, this isn't Virginia. This is Soberg. But she was of college age at the time.
Yeah, because Soberg was the first one that we did.
Mm-hmm.
So then this deposition is from 2016.
Mm-hmm. So this just goes back into Prince Andrew, and I don't think we've seen anything different than this. What I can do is I can scroll down through some.
So glad Elizabeth's dead. Well, but all this came out. She knew about this, I guess, before she died.
Oh yeah.
Well, yeah, it goes from page 1 to page 21. So there's 20 pages missing.
So they put the puppet on Virginia's lap. They're just talking about the picture. This is pretty much the same stuff that we read before.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's nothing different in here. So we read all of that already. It's just basically just a rehash of all that same garbage. And page are we on? 554. We got about another 400. So it's just a bunch of disputes remaining. Here it is. For description concerning the depositions already taken, Ms. Soberg, Mr. Alissi, Mr. Rogers, Mr. Rizzo, and those yet to be taken, Mr. Epstein, Mr. Gow, somebody, Miss Kellen, Miss Marcovonia, something like that, Mr. Carey, and Mr. Brunel. Miss Goffrey's references and incorporates her descriptions in the moving brief. The only remaining witness is William Jefferson Clinton. His deposition is necessary for the following reason. First one was it would take pressure off Maxwell to have more girls around. Question, answer. Has nothing to do with it. In a 2011 interview, Ms. Goffrey mentioned former President Bill Clinton's close personal relationship with defendant and Jeffrey Epstein. While Ms. Goffrey made no allegations of illegal actions by Bill Clinton, Ms. Maxwell in her deposition raised Ms. Goffrey's comments about President Clinton as one of the obvious lies to which she was referring in her public statement that formed the basis of this suit. Apart from the defendant, Mr. Epstein, former Clinton, is a key person who can provide information about his close relationship with the defendant and Mr. Epstein and disprove Ms. Maxwell's claims. These witness testimonies will corroborate Ms. Goffrey's claims of falsity. So they're just, most of this is just, it's sort of like hearsay. Does that make sense? I mean, they're putting things in there that not necessarily fact.
Right, but this is discovery. So you can ask about hearsay stuff and things that would not at the end of the day be admissible for discovery purposes in the hopes that it would lead to further admissible evidence that you could gain. So,
right.
Like so-and-so told me this, you'd be like, okay, you learned that in a deposition, then you go get another deposition of the so-and-so, and then you can get it. It's not hearsay at that point because you got so-and-so saying it.
Right.
So, so there's a lot of stuff that is brought out in these depositions that wouldn't necessarily be admitted at a trial.
Right. And I think that's one of the reasons why I don't plan on reading a lot of it, because it's stuff that's written. Like I said, it's stuff that people are saying, but they haven't proven it. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I mean, does that make sense to you, David? I mean, it's, it
does. It is her testimony. So if she says I was there and so said something, yes, it's hearsay, but it's still her testimony sworn under oath. You have to accept it at face value, unless you have something else.
But they're really not showing anything in those testimonies about that. Is what I'm saying. So, like, for example, on April 11th, Ms. Goffrey served notice on defense counsel for the deposition of Rizzo, setting it for the 13th. Nearly a month later, just a few days before that proper notice deposition, defense counsel requested be rescheduled there for the deposition. I mean, some of this stuff isn't even necessary for us to even really read, because it, like I said, it's just got correct copy of Soberg's deposition transcript, which was what we already read or looked over, that doesn't really describe much of anything that we don't already know. And that was about Prince Albert.
Andrew.
Yeah. Prince Andrew.
That fucker.
Yeah. So this, and like I said, this is the same deposition about meeting Prince Andrew. It just talks about the photograph, which is no different than, her taking the virginity and all that kind of crap. It's really not, they're missing a lot of information in there, because, here it goes from page 151 and skips to 159.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's crazy. Not a whole lot in here that we can actually get to. See, it's almost like it just repeated itself. Weird.
Did you find the part where they were talking about Bill Clinton? Because I really
No.
wanted to hear. Okay, I really wanted to hear what that was. I've heard reports of it, but I haven't actually seen it myself.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's just in the deposition, but they're not showing the deposition where it's talked about. Does that make sense? That's what I'm.
Well, how is
that's what
it
I'm
like
saying.
Viva went through it all and others have gone through it all? How is it that they're seeing this?
Okay, here's exactly what the stuff that they're seeing is. In a 2011 interview, Miss Guthrie mentioned former President Bill Clinton's close personal relationship with defendant and Jeffrey Epstein. While Miss Guthrie made no allegations of illegal actions by Bill Clinton, Miss Maxwell in her deposition raised Miss Guthrie's comments about President Clinton as one of the obvious lies to which she was referring to in her public statement. That's as far as it goes with that. And
So
they do have a list of people, but it's so there's nothing in there for
page
that.
627 is the video deposition of Ronaldo Rizzo.
Yeah. I'm just scrolling down through here to see if there's anything that is of, because we haven't found anything. Well, here you go. All right. Here's something with former President Bill Clinton. It says that indeed President Clinton first appeared on plaintiff's third revised Rule 26 disclosures 2 weeks ago on June 1st. Then last week, her reply in support of motion exceed 10 depositions. Plaintiff averred that President Clinton's deposition is necessary because Ms. Maxwell in her deposition raised Ms. Guthrie's comments. Basically, it's just about a lie about him. Plaintiff admits she made not allegations of illegal actions by Bill Clinton, but plaintiff asserted she spent time with President Bill Clinton on the island of Little St. James, U.S. Virgin Islands, and that she flew there with the president in a helicopter piloted by Miss Maxwell. And it's just a court reporting. Like I said, it's just something that they.
So it's like a report within a report. That's weird.
Yeah. I know that it does get into a list of people. I've seen the stuff online, but and what page did you say that was?
627.
18, 19, 20, 22, 25, 6, 27. Okay, so this is videotape deposition of Ronaldo Rizzo taken pursuant to the subpoena. Saw the law offices. Blah, blah, blah. So you want to be the attorney this time? Because Rizzo is a man.
Sure.
Okay. One, Rizzo confidential. Rizzo, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Right there after examination by Mr. Edwards.
I think you start. No, you don't. Okay, never mind. Brad Edwards, I represent the plaintiff, Virginia Guthrie.
Mm-hmm.
Jeff Pagliuca, appearing on behalf of Miss Maxwell. Robert Lewis with the firm of Freeman Lewis. Okay. Mr. Rizzo, can you tell us your full name for the record?
Ronaldo Rizzo.
And what is your date of birth?
September 10th, 1969.
What is your address?
It is some place that is undisclosed to humankind.
What is your educational background?
I have a management degree with a minor in business law from Texas A&M University, and I have a degree in applied science and hospitality and culinary arts from the Culinary Institute of America.
Are you married?
Yes.
Who are you married to?
Deborah Rizzo, my love.
How long have you been married?
Well, we've been together for 27 wonderful years, so 22.
And do you have children?
Oh, yes.
How many?
Oh, no, one.
Since graduating, what has been your profession?
It is called private service or domestic service.
What does that mean?
My role is to work within a family as a desired position is offered to me, and most of it's been in management or support of the household staff.
Was there a time when you worked in the household of Glenn Dubin and Eva Anderson Dubin?
Yes.
Keep going, Shizzy. I'm almost done.
So then it skips to page 126 of his deposition.
It's so crazy.
So retarded.
So retarded.
So on Rumble, Preambula says Shizzy's voice is perfect, you creep. Fired abruptly at this point, right?
Yes. Correct.
I can't. You went and retained counsel to sue the Dubins, their entity, and redacted. All of them, right?
Correct.
I take it you were deposed in connection with that litigation, correct?
Correct.
Now, during that litigation, meaning the reference in Exhibit 313 CV 8864. Did you ever tell anyone about the interactions? I can't English sometimes. It's fine. With Mr. Epstein that you described here today?
No, I did not.
That was not part of your lawsuit, correct?
Could you restate the question? I don't understand what.
You didn't raise that as an issue as to why you were suing the Dubins in 2013, right?
No, I did not.
We're going off the record. Okay. Now I'm switching suits. I'm Mr. Pagliuca now.
Okay, Mr. Pagliuca.
I just have a few more questions. I'm going to finish off with your employment.
Yes, finish off.
So, I'll finish you off, all right. So after this lawsuit, God damn it. After this lawsuit was concluded, referenced in Exhibit 3, have you worked since then?
No, I have not.
Why not, you lazy ass bum? Has your wife worked since then?
On and off, the men, yes, she has.
How is it that you are currently supporting yourself?
Clearly, I am disabled.
That's a result of your back injury?
Yes, and my hip injury from the humpity.
I didn't realize you had a hip injury. I'm sorry. So you're old as fuck and get that Social Security disability?
Yes, this old bitch gets it.
The lawsuit with the Dubins referenced in Exhibit 3 was settled, I take it?
Correct.
That was pursuant to a confidential settlement agreement.
Correct.
And I am assuming that you received a sum of money to settle that litigation. Is that correct?
Once again, Rottenborn, you are correct.
And I'm not going to ask you the details about that, but in case I need to do something, let me put it this way. If I choose to subpoena that settlement agreement from the Dubins, are you going to have any objection to that, or is it all right if we do that as far as you are concerned?
I would have to discuss it with my lawyer.
I can talk to you about that if we decide to do it. I just want to turn now, and this is the last series of questions I have. What you did in advance of coming here today. Have you talked to Mr. Edwards before?
Oh, yes.
And when have you talked to Mr. Edwards?
I don't recall the exact date and time.
Did Mr. Edwards call you, or did you call Mr. Edwards first?
I called him.
When did you call Mr. Edwards?
I don't recall the exact date and time.
Years ago, days ago, months ago?
Oh, it's been at least over a year.
Why did you call Mr. Edwards?
At the time, I was having a very hard time with my attorney, the little bitch. Him and my wife and I had discussed the issue. And as my wife put it, we needed an attorney with balls because she likes balls. No funta, must have balls. And she had been keeping track of the Jeffrey Epstein issue. And basically, in our conversation,
Let me stop you there. There is a privilege of special privilege, so please don't disclose conversations you had with your wife.
I'm sorry.
You can answer the question why you called, but you don't need to disclose anything about conversations with your wife.
I was looking for an attorney that basically could handle this kind of meat situation. And I felt like from what I had read that Mr. Edwards was probably someone I needed to attain because he had balls of steel. They were so large and masculine.
And so you referenced dissatisfaction with an attorney. I'm assuming that was the attorney that filed this 13 CV 664 action. Is that correct?
You're correct.
So you weren't happy with that lawyer and you were looking for a more aggressive lawyer?
Correct, or someone that could work with my lawyer. Someone with some balls, some meat to them balls. Large balls.
The
Not
point
meatballs.
being... The point being, you were looking to cover some form of compensation, I take it, from the Dubins or Mr. Epstein.
I was hoping, how does Mr. Epstein,
I don't know. I'm asking the question.
That's incorrect.
You were seeking to get compensation from the Dubins, though.
Correct.
And that was the point of you calling Mr. Edwards, is that however you learned about the Epstein litigation, and you knew Mr. Edwards was involved in the Epstein litigation.
Correct.
The point of you contacting Mr. Edwards was to see if he could represent you in some litigation involving the Dubins in which you would collect the money. Is that right?
Correct.
And so when you called Mr. Edwards, what do you recall telling him?
At this point, I object.
I'm completely lost. I'm sorry. Who is this guy that they're deposing?
It's Mr. Rizzo.
Mr. Rizzo.
Worked
Some
for
faggot.
Epstein.
He's like he maintains the household. He looks after the staff in the house, so he makes sure that all the people.
He's the head
are
bitch in charge.
So Rizzo was the one that would feed the girls whenever they would come by and visit. He managed the house from day to day. He would have to go in the bathroom, clean up all the sex toys, sort of scrub them down, and put them away, that kind of stuff.
Well, if the girls did their job, they wouldn't need feeding.
Well,
that's true.
A man's only got so much protein.
Oh, Lord.
Well, but that's why you use multiple men.
Okay, Rabbit. We'll see you again real soon. You get that breathing treatment.
Take care, Rabbit.
Hey, it's coming. Good to see you.
Some women know how to extract more than men are willing to give.
Mm-hmm.
All right. At this point, I object on attorney-client privilege grounds. The conversation is privileged for the purpose of seeking legal advice. I don't understand. Mr. Edwards is the lawyer for the witness. I am the lawyer for the witness. I know I'm not asking about you. He called Mr. Edwards for the purpose to determine whether Mr. Edwards could represent him in some capacity in that other lawsuit. So the conversation is privileged. I'm going to disagree. And, we may need to revisit that issue respectfully.
Fair enough.
Fair enough. Let me put some parameters on this that don't ask for communications.
Ask a question. I will
object
or not.
Hey, I gotta jump off. I'm gonna keep listening in the chat, but I gotta jump off and get on the road.
Cool, brother.
No
Drive safe.
worries. Take care. Drive safe.
Will
Yeah,
do.
good
Thank
one.
you, guys.
Catch you next time.
What do you call a blonde with a runny nose?
Full.
Mm-hmm. Adios, Dave. Haley says adios.
Well used.
Hey. No, it's full.
A job well done.
Job well done.
I
So the
think you
question
said you called Mr. Edwards about a year ago.
more or less correct.
I didn't print out the docket sheet, but do you recall when you settled the 13CV 8664 case?
To the best of my recollection, I think it was in December.
Of?
I don't recall. I mean, it's last year.
Without telling me what you told Mr. Edwards, what was the purpose of your calling? I think you already told me this, so I won't re-ask it. Never mind. Did you just speak with Mr. Edwards over the phone?
Correct, yes.
And I take it Mr. Edwards did not become your lawyer in connection with the litigation against the Dubins, correct?
Let me answer that. Correct.
And Mr. Edwards, in some fashion, indicated to you that he wasn't going to be your lawyer in connection with litigation, correct?
Objection. Do not answer that on privileged grounds.
Mr. Edwards never became your lawyer, is that right?
Correct.
After that conversation, did you have any after you understood that Mr. Edwards was not your lawyer? Did you have further conversations with Mr. Edwards?
No, I did not.
You may object to this, but I need to ask this question. In the first conversation that you had with Mr. Edwards, did you tell Mr. Edwards the things that you've told us here today?
Objection. Do not answer.
Privilege?
Yes.
So just so the record is clear, it seems to me this would be a subject matter waiver of everything that he has talked about. I don't know why it makes a difference if he is talking about it now and he told Mr. Edwards. I think he can talk about what he said to Mr. Edwards. It seems to me there is a waiver here.
You're presuming what he said to Mr. Edwards, and secondly, just because, even if that were the case, I'm not saying it is, just because you testify to incidents which tell you your attorney about doesn't mean the disclosures to your attorney are not privileged.
Fair enough. We can argue about this later if we need to. Other than Mr. Edwards and your wife and your current attorney, have you talked to anyone else about the things that you've talked about here today?
No, I have not.
I think you answered this question, but I want to make sure. After the conversation with Mr. Edwards, did you speak with Mr. Edwards again in advance of this deposition today?
You may answer that. No, I have not.
Do you know, did Mr. Edwards provide a list of questions to your lawyer who is here today for you to provide those answers to your lawyer to give to Mr. Edwards?
I advise the witness to only answer that question to the extent he knows it outside of any conversations he might have had with me, which are privileged. No.
So let me explain that question. And here's my issue with that. I don't know if this happened or didn't happen, but if there are questions that are proposed to you by Mr. Edwards, and you give them to the client with the expectation he is going to give that information to you to give to Mr. Edwards, it's not privileged.
I can represent that didn't happen.
That solves the problem. I'm just closing the loop on this, and then we are done. Have you spoken to anyone who is affiliated with Mr. Edwards, either another lawyer in his office, paralegal, an investigator, about the things that you've talked about here today?
No, I have not.
That's all I have.
I don't have any questions. I appreciate you taking time. Sorry about your injury. Yeah. More of the Virginia Goofery. Oh, this is appearances by Jeffrey Edwards Fisto. Why would you name yourself Fistos? God.
That could be a Greek last name.
Fistos.
That sounds like a good dungeon name.
Pistos?
faced
Is that what you're
Pistos
going
and
to name your
Bulgags.
dungeon, Baldo?
Oh, now
Yep.
we're at the Prince Andrew incident. So that's a different piece of paper. Yeah, it's just a random paper. Oh, this is one we already read. This is Go Free. It's 208. Which
Yeah.
is photograph. It's not my stuff. Where in Sydney?
Oh,
Jesus.
it's unredacted.
Oh, this is the unredacted part. So it's in Sydney, Bass Hill. What's the address of the house? In Colorado. Little yellow Kodak. Date of the photograph. Photographic memory. FBI. Left Colorado. Australia. 6-day drive to Brisbane. Oh, wow. So how many pages did we get back in there? Cairns. So it's probably a 6-day. Okay, that makes more sense.
It goes. So I don't think we read this part.
No, we didn't.
Bass Hill is about is a little over 14 miles west of Sydney CBD. For anyone interested.
Okay. Oops, I just
So
flipped too far.
641 on the PDF, but 212 on the document. Or no, 640. Is that 640?
638, 639 is
Okay, 642, page 213 on the bottom right.
okay.
Because you didn't ask me what we used to burn it, right?
No. Okay, so how far away are the boxes from where you live in Australia?
Sydney is down here at the bottom. Cairns is
Cairns,
up here at the top.
Okay.
It's probably a 6-day drive. Cans.
Cans.
Did you
there
fly?
We go.
Cairns. Did you fly here through Sydney?
No.
Have you been to Sydney since you moved back to Australia?
I flew into Sydney with my 3 kids, but it was a connecting flight to Brisbane.
Did you ask your nephews or anyone else to search those boxes in response to discovery requests that we issued in this case?
They are my nephews. I would never let them look at those.
Other than your green spiral notebook, what else did you burn in this bonfire in 2013?
That was it.
That's the only thing.
Yes.
Did you use wood?
Yes.
Charcoal?
My husband built the fireplace, or built the bonfire out of wood, and I don't know what else he put in it. He's the one who always makes the fires, not me.
Who else was present?
Just him and I.
Were your kids there?
No, they were inside sleeping.
And what beach was this?
It wasn't a beach. It was in my backyard.
And what's your address at that time?
At that time? Redacted because it's none of your business.
Redacted.
Yes.
Who were your neighbors?
Sweet people, Ray, and I could look on my phone if you want.
No, thank you. Do they still live there?
Yes.
Do you keep in touch with them?
Last time I talked to them was a few months ago.
Did they see the fire?
They've seen many fires that we've had. We've had lots of bonfires there.
So did you ever ride in a helicopter with Ghislaine Maxwell acting as pilot of the helicopter? And this is for you, Dave. This is the Clinton portion of it.
Yes.
Who else was on that flight?
I've been on the helicopter with her plenty of times. I can't mention how many people were on the helicopter at the same time.
How many times?
I don't know. Do you have helicopter records that you could show me?
I'm asking you how many times you were on the helicopter with Ghislaine Maxwell acting as the pilot.
It's impossible for me to answer the question without having the actual records in front of me.
I'm asking you to look into your memory, that photographic memory you have, and tell me how many times you recall being on the helicopter with Ghislaine Maxwell at the pilot's seat.
There is no number I can give you. There's plenty of times I've been on her helicopter.
Where did you go from and to on a helicopter?
I believe it was, don't quote me on this because I get confused on the islands there. I want to say it was St. John's. It could have been St. Bart's, St. John or St. Bart's. And then we would fly straight to Jeffrey's Island.
Oh, okay. Did you ever go anywhere else on a helicopter?
No.
Were you ever on the helicopter with Bill Clinton and Ghislaine Maxwell as the pilot of the helicopter?
No.
Were you ever on the helicopter with Bill Clinton's Secret Service and Ghislaine Maxwell as the pilot?
No.
Do you recall telling Sharon Churcher that you were?
No.
Did you see the press articles in which Sharon Churcher reported that you were? Objection. I'd like to ask that you are going to ask this witness about a specific article. I'd like for her to see the article. Otherwise, she's not going to testify about it. If you have something to show her, then please. It's you again.
No, it's you. You asked.
It's me. Do you recall seeing a press article in which Sharon Churcher reported that you were on a helicopter with Bill Clinton and Ghislaine Maxwell as the pilot? Again, I'll let you answer the question, but once she's looking at the document you're being asked about, you're not letting her answer the question about whether she recalls a particular press statement. I will let her answer every other question about the press statement as long as she sees the press statement. I'm okay with that. She can answer all of them. No, there's a rule of civil procedure that allows you to direct a witness not to answer a question when there's a claim of privilege. What privilege are you claiming to direct her not to answer this question? I thought you wanted accurate answers from this witness. I asked her if she recalled something. If the sole purpose is to just harass her, I asked her if she recalls something. When she's just not going to, it's going to be happening today. All right. So you're refusing to answer a question about whether you recall a particular press statement. Is that true? She's not refusing to answer any question.
I'm not refusing to answer. I just want to see the article you're talking about so I can be clear in my statement.
Do you recall seeing a press article written by Sharon Churcher reporting that you flew on a helicopter with Bill Clinton and Ghislaine Maxwell as a pilot?
No, I do not recall reading a press article saying that I was on a helicopter with Bill Clinton as Ghislaine is the pirate.
Do you recall telling Sharon Churcher that you had conversations with Bill Clinton regarding him flying on a helicopter with Ghislaine Maxwell?
I believe that it was taken out of context. Ghislaine told me that she flew Bill Clinton in, and Ghislaine likes to talk a lot of that stuff that sounds fantastical, and whether it's true or not, that is what I do recall telling Sharon Churcher.
So you told Sharon Churcher that Ghislaine Maxwell is the one who told you that she flew Bill Clinton in the helicopter.
I told Sharon Churcher that Ghislaine flew Bill Clinton onto the island based upon what Ghislaine told me.
Not based on what Bill Clinton had told you, correct?
Correct.
Did you ever ask Sharon Churcher to correct anything that was printed under her name concerning your stories to Sharon Churcher?
I wasn't given those stories to read before they were printed.
After they were printed, did you read them?
I tried to stay away from them. They were very hard. You have to understand, it was a very hard time for me and my husband to have this public. We didn't think it was going to be this publicly announced and that big. So we turned off the news and we stopped reading so many things.
You didn't read articles about your stories to Sharon Churcher?
I've read some articles.
Just let me finish. You did not read the articles published by Sharon Churcher about your stories to Sharon Churcher.
I have read some articles about what Sharon Churcher wrote, and a lot of the stuff that she writes, she takes things from my own mouth and changes them into her own words, as journalists do. And I never came back to her and told her to correct anything. What was done was done. There was nothing else I can do.
So even if she printed something that were untrue, you didn't ask her to correct it, correct?
There was things that she printed that really pissed me off, but there was nothing I could do about it. It's already out there.
She printed things that were untrue, correct? Objection to the form, mischaracterization.
I wouldn't say that they were untrue. I would just say that she printed them as journalists take your words and turn them into something else.
So she got it wrong. Objection to the form. Mischaracterization.
In some ways, yes.
Did she print things in her articles that you did not say to her? I object, and I ask that the witness be given the opportunity to see the document so that she can review it and answer that question accurately. Otherwise, she's unable to answer the question. I'm not going to allow her to answer. You know the civil rules when I tell you not to suggest answers to your client. And do you understand your lawyer is now directing you to not all of a sudden remember what your answer is? That's what he's suggesting that you say. So you're not supposed to listen to him suggest that to you. You're supposed to tell me from your memory. That's not what That's not what I'm doing. You don't get to just talk over me and tell my client when not to listen to me. All you have to do is get answers and show her the document you're talking about, and I'll let her answer every question. I don't know why you're so scared of the actual documents. I don't know why you're scared of your client's recollection, Mr. Edwards. Why would you do this to her? Did Sharon Churcher print things that you did not say? I'm going to instruct my client not to answer unless you give her what it is you're talking about that was printed, and she will tell you the answer, the accurate answer to your question. Just without the document to refresh her recollection and see it, she's not going to answer the question. Did Sharon Churcher print things that you did not say? Same objection, same instruction not to answer. I think I've made very clear a record as to why I want my client to answer all of these questions, but I want her to have the fair opportunity to see this document. Did Sharon Churcher print things that you felt were inaccurate? Same objection, same instruction. If she sees the document, she's going to answer every one of these questions. Did any other reporter print statements that you believe are inaccurate? Same objection, same instruction. Did any reporter print statements about Ghislaine Maxwell that were inaccurate? Same objection, same instruction. This is harassing. This is harassing a sexual abuse victim, and all I'm asking for is fairness, that we let her see the document so she can answer this. Mr. Edwards, please stop saying anything other than an objection, what the basis is, or instructing your client not to answer. I'll do that. That's what the federal rules of civil procedure provide. I hear you. They also provide for fairness and civility, and all I'm asking very calmly is for her to see this. Mr. Edwards, this is not your deposition. I'm asking your client what she remembers. If she does not want to talk about what she remembers, then let her not answer. But you cannot instruct her not to answer unless there's a privilege. What privilege? I'm instructing her to answer. All right. You're refusing to answer questions about whether statements to the press about Ghislaine Maxwell attributed to you were inaccurate. She's not refusing not to answer.
You are refusing to show me these documents so I could answer properly. I would give you an answer if you were to show me some documents.
You can't say without looking at a document whether the press attributed to you is accurate or inaccurate.
Please show me the document.
You can't say from the top of your head whether any inaccurate statement has been attributed to you in the press.
Please show me a document and I will tell you.
Are you refusing to answer my questions about your knowledge of whether inaccurate statements have been attributed to you in the press?
Are you refusing to give me the documents to look at?
Are you refusing to answer the question?
I am refusing to answer the question based upon the fact that you are not being fair enough to let me see the document in order to give you an honest answer.
Miss Goofrey?
Yes.
We are talking about press that has been published on the internet, correct?
Yes.
Do you have access to the internet?
Yes.
Have you looked on the internet and read articles that attribute statements to you about Ghislaine Maxwell?
Yes.
Do you know any statement that has been attributed to you in a press article on the internet about Ghislaine Maxwell that is untrue? Same objection, same instruction.
Please show me a specific document.
Do you know of any such statement about Ghislaine Maxwell attributed to you by the press that is inaccurate?
If you could please show me a specific document.
Tell me what Sharon Churcher asked you to write for her.
Any knowledge that I had about my time with Prince Andrew.
And did you write it?
Mm-hmm.
And did you write it? What did you write it on?
Paper.
What kind of paper?
Lined paper.
Was it in a book or single sheets?
Single sheets.
And did you write a long document or a short document? What was it?
I can't recall how long the document was, but I would say it would be a few pages.
And other than asking you to write whatever you remember about Prince Andrew, did she give you any other directions about what you should write?
She was interested in two things, really. How Epstein got away with so many counts of child trafficking for sex, and how Prince Andrew was involved in it. Those were her two main inquiries.
What did she ask you to write?
She asked me to write about Prince Andrew.
Did she tell you to put it in your own handwriting?
No, she just asked me to write down what I can remember.
Did you give her everything that you wrote?
Did I give her the whole entire pages that I wrote?
Yes.
Yeah, I wrote the pages specifically for her.
In your own handwriting?
In my own handwriting.
And what you wrote, was that true?
Yes.
And did you get paid for those pieces of paper?
Not for the papers, I don't believe.
Okay. Have you gotten paid when they've been reprinted?
No.
Have you negotiated any deal with Radar Online?
No.
Have you negotiated any deal with Sharon Churcher for the purpose of publishing those pieces of paper?
Not those pieces of paper.
When did you write those pieces of paper? Object to the form.
A week before she came out.
And when did you give them to her?
When she came out.
When was that?
Sometime, I believe, in early 2011.
What did you get paid for if not for those pieces of paper? Object to form.
I was paid for the picture with Prince Andrew with his arm around me, Ghislaine in the background, and I was paid for the print of the stories.
Anything else?
No.
You were not paid for those pieces of paper.
No.
All right. Now, how many pieces of paper did you write?
Like I said, I'm rounding it around 3.
3 pieces of paper.
That's what I don't remember to be exact on a number. I'm sorry, but over 3 pages.
And you wrote those sometime in 2011.
The week that she was coming out to see me.
And you gave them to her, right?
I gave them to her.
Did you keep a copy of that?
No.
There we go. Was that hard? Answer my damn questions next time, woman.
Sorry.
Yeah, she seems.
I
very
need to be a bitch,
evasive.
okay?
Okay.
Okay.
Hey, Omaha.
St. John says, I'm kind of surprised that they didn't shut down the stream. YouTube censorship bought me a strike the other day. What were you doing? What? How? How did that happen? St. John. Yamaha Biker says, I want JR to screen contempt you at me. All right. You ready for it?
Hold on. Give me just a second. And there we go.
Contempt, you idiot.
That's what we're looking for.
Was that good?
Yeah, that was pretty good. That was clippable
Okay.
right there. That was one you probably need to clip.
I don't know if that's what Yamaha Biker wanted, but certainly got me off.
That's definitely a good
Oh, yeah? Did I get you off? Did you get off Baldo?
Did you get off, Waldo? Did you get off on that?
Yes, I did.
I'm gonna come.
Oh, yeah. Correspondent communication, hard drive.
Hey, we have Bronca in the chat.
Bronca, brother, what's up? How are you
He
doing?
said, are we covering the other side of the debate? Done dirt cheap.
Done the cheap. Dirty deeds and the done the cheap.
We're going over the Maxwell trial transcripts.
Yeah, it's pretty good so far. It's been really good. Let's see. Plans notice of taking the videotape deposition of Brunel. Well, there's a lot of stuff we're skipping over, and we're reason in St. John that were filmed and edited called The Path to Freedom. Can't share links because of the kinks, but it was an Odyssey. On Odyssey. Oh, okay. It's okay. Let's see what we got here. Anything? Looks like we got an email from Mr. Brunel's attorney saying he needs to reschedule. Mr. Rizzo. Mr. Rizzo.
He got that Riz.
Got that Riz, baby. Notice of service, Rule 45, subpoena, deuces, blah, blah, subpoena to testify. More legal maneuvering, notice of service, Rule 45, blah, 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 unredacted stuff. Instructions.
To be fair, that lawyer did make a good point about showing her the actual article, because I'm sure if she looked at it, she'd be better at
well, and also the attorney was really good at calling him out and saying, stop telling your client to answer what you want them to answer. Are we covering the other side? Yeah.
Bronca said, folks watching, if you ever thought about being a lawyer, this will hopefully discourage you.
Absolutely, because this is the kind of stuff that I have to file, and most of it's just, I mean, some of it you don't really have to rewrite it if you do this, like we do a lot of quiet titles, so a lot of the same rules apply for a lot of it. So it's almost a form. Only thing that you really check, and you have to read it over to make sure everything's correct, but you go back and you're like the plat number, all that kind of stuff has to be changed out, the clients. Then you have other things you have to add in there, but some of it's pretty form, but different kind of law. But I'm not a lawyer. I just file the shit.
Bronco said, just chat GPT.
No, I only do chat GPT for my taglines and crap like that. I don't use it for law. Fuck that. No, I'm not that stupid. Because a lot of this stuff, I don't even think chat GPT would know, because it's very specific to Georgia law.
Chat GPT is pretty stupid. Like, I've actually corrected it a couple of times. I'm like, no, actually, this is the formula. Stupid.
Oh yeah, as soon as I put in there about I was trying to come up with like a little tagline for ours, and I put in there like a thing about Ghislaine Maxwell, or no, it was Epstein that I first put in there, and it was just like Epstein was a high profile and spent a lot of time with Bill Clinton, and spent a lot of time with Trump. I was like, what about Trump, Bill Clinton, and Prince Andrew? But that's all it had. It was just like, that whatever. So it's just basically repeating the same stories everybody else has.
Doesn't Pacer or one of those other legal bits of software have their own version of ChatGPT where it'll analyze a document and be able to spit it out and spit out references and all that kind of thing? Because I saw it was maybe a year and a half ago now. Nick Recator was talking about how they're doing that with those programs.
So here's the thing. Some of those can spit those out, but you have to read that stuff. And that's what Bronca's talking about here. In his area of law, he finds it to be about 50 to 70% correct, which isn't great when life in a cage are at the stakes. Absolutely correct. So here's the thing about it, is it can do a lot of the physical writing for you, but you have to go back and confirm the citations and make sure those citations are right. And if especially in his area of law, there's a lot of citations that he may have to pull up, and that's a lot of writing to do. And a lot of those you once you've got the citation, trying to think of the particular program we use. Like Pacer is one of them, but there's other ones that will have the citation in there. Like Georgia Code, all of Georgia Code is in there. So you can actually copy that Georgia Code in there and pull out the relevant part that you want. And there's a certain little diagram that you use to make it look right. AI gives you the case law, the things you want to have, and it's willing to make those up. Yeah, absolutely. That's the scary part.
I'm going to send you a link on Twitter if you wanted to hop on with us.
Yeah, you should hop on here
and chat with us about this.
AI also can't sit in the back of a courtroom and email defense when they fuck up.
That's true.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he uses Lexis in his office. In fairness, it costs thousands of dollars a year. Yeah, we use Lexis for like our searches because we have to do a lot of people searches. Like if I know someone's name and an address, I can pretty much figure out where they're at, if they're still alive or not. And I can get access to like partial social. So sometimes those socials will help you, like if you're trying to figure out their age, because they wouldn't be 25 and have my first digits of a social. So.
He said, "Oh no, I'm about to blow up another live stream."
Oh, this is a better live stream.
You are more than welcome to join us and blow up our live stream. It's always a pleasure to have you, whether you're on stream or in chat. I personally enjoy talking to you. I enjoy listening to you, and I enjoy learning from you because you have way more experience in life and dealing with these things than I do. And you're someone I look up to. But I did send you the link on Twitter if you did want to hop in.
Yeah, we'll be here for a little while.
Blow me up, Daddy Law.
Blow me up, Daddy Law. It's awesome. Let's see. True and correct excerpts of the deposition of Olson. Oh, here we go. This is Virginia Goofrey. And I'm just looking to see because it looks like these are the missing pages.
Oh, is it?
I'm just looking because it's talking about the green spiral notebook that she burned. Like you show me, be glad to look at it and tell you if I recognize it. So this is the same deposition, just harder to read. So this was the unredacted 212, 213, and that's where it gets into the helicopter. And Brad Edwards, who's sitting right here, your attorney at the time. Oh, okay. But looks like we got some extra pages here. See press article which Sharon Churchill reported. Okay, I don't recognize it. It comes from an email address. No email address, exactly the first page. Must be from the phone. So okay. So if you look over here on 743, it asks about your email address at iCloud.com.
Yes.
Okay. So what email address is that exactly on the first page at iCloud? Would be your answer.
That must be from a phone.
So that's different from the other email address.
Yeah, I don't actually know about that email address. I obviously used it. It has my husband's name on it, Robert Guffrey.
And is the email signed by your husband?
No, it's signed by me.
And did the subject line you wrote Virginia Roberts, Jane Doe 102, correct?
Subject line?
The very top of that page.
Oh, yeah, I see.
And it was to Jason Richards 2 at icfbi.gov, correct?
Correct.
Is that Jason Richards we were just referring to?
Yes.
All right. And you had some emails with Jason Richard over time. Is that fair?
Sure.
These ones that came from your computer, right?
Sure. Yes.
And you talk about having spoken with Judge Paul Cassell on the first page, correct?
I'm here to get this BS non-prosecution agreement thrown out and speaking with Judge Paul Kessel. He suggested trying to get a hold of any photos or video recordings released by the FBI to assist our case further in providing how much pedophilia occurred by Jeffrey and the many other monsters he obliged with underage girls.
Okay.
If this is a possibility, please let me know so I can give you Brad Edwards, my attorney, his contact details. Many thanks for your time, and I hope we should meet again.
Okay, so you were going back to Jason and trying to get any evidence that FBI had about your case, right?
Correct. Any photographs pertaining to what myself, not of anyone else.
Right, but
But
right?
anything they had of me.
And Brad Edwards, who is sitting right here, was your attorney at the time, and you identified him as such in the email, correct?
Correct.
You did not identify Mr. Judge Cassell as your attorney in this email, correct?
I knew him as a former judge, and I just wrote down Judge Paul Cassell as it looks, but he was my attorney. I don't know if he was my attorney at the time, but yes, he's been with me since the beginning, so
he's representing you in this case now, correct?
yes.
But at that time, you don't know if he was your attorney.
I think he was. I mean, I've been talking with him since the beginning, and this is dated 2014. So I believe this time he was my attorney at the time as well.
Okay. When do you recall first speaking with him?
Speaking with Paul, I'm not too sure. I can't remember if I spoke to Paul in the phone in Australia or if I met him in person in Florida.
Do you remember when you signed any kind of fee agreement with him? Objection to the form.
The first time I would have signed an agreement would have been in Florida.
When you were living with Black?
As far as my knowledge reminds me, I mean, I'm looking at emails that I can't even remember sending. It's a possibility I could have signed earlier, but as far as I remember.
Okay. Do you recall ever having an email communication with Sharon Churcher about her publishing the first serial of your book?
Serial? What does that mean? I'm sorry.
Like a sequel. Oh,
Sequel
look at
to my
this.
Yay!
The man,
guys.
the myth, the legend. How you doing, brother?
I'm actually, I want to apologize for actually interrupting. I somehow got an invitation, which I much appreciate. It's always appreciated, but I don't, you have an expert here. I actually don't know anything about what you're talking about. So I might tell one or two bad jokes and then just be on my way, but it's very kind
Tell
of you.
plenty of bad jokes because we have no idea what's going on either. I am no expert.
We've actually been trying to make jokes in between because some of this shit is so dark. Like it's so heavy. Ugh.
So I was just having a working dinner at my computer, and YouTube, of course, fed me that you guys were live. So I popped in, and I saw you looking at these documents, and this is the hell of being a lawyer. Is that we have to read things like this, 99.9% of which are totally irrelevant, don't mean anything, completely unimportant. But unless you read it all, you don't know if you're missing the 0.1%. And that's why I put that comment in there. If anyone's thinking about becoming a lawyer, this is how you spend a lot of your time. And it's not great. It's not all like the TV shows and the movies would make it look. A lot of it is this kind of drone work, unless you go to like a top 5 law school and then you pay other people to do this stuff for you. So if you can get into one of the top 5 law schools, I would definitely recommend it. That is a path to easy money. But the other law schools, if it's like the bottom 95%, don't even. Well, unless you have a passion for the law, I would think long and hard about it.
So you're saying you don't often get into screaming matches with colonels about the truth and not being able to handle it?
No. You can't handle the truth.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, I definitely.
I will say that the courtroom time is what makes being a lawyer worth being a lawyer. That is your time to shine. That is the Olympics for any attorney. And that part's great. But the 99% of stuff that leads up to that, it's a lot of often very boring work.
Yes, I completely agree. like I was saying to Jessica the other day, I was like, my wife, the amount of work that she does, that's paperwork driven, she actually sends it off to somebody else to do certain things, because she's like, why am I going to tie up my paralegal with 50 quiet titles whenever I can just send it off to this group that's going to take care of everything? They're going to do the filings. I still read everything over, but they send it off. But loading me up with 50 of those things at once, it's like it tears me apart.
Yeah, and people may not know, you mentioned it earlier, but people may not know a lot of back-end legal work, the non-court stuff, the stuff you're doing in your office, it's forms. It's like it's like ad libs. It's like fill in the blank forms, which is not the most exciting work in the world.
No, it really isn't. And you really have to double check your work, because you don't want to be sitting there naming off a litigant that's not even in there. Like, where in the hell did this come from?
Blank. And blank must respond by within 30 days of this notification. Like, who's blank?
Or mentioning a random lot that they then sign off on.
Oh, yeah. Well, that stuff can always be corrected. We've had to do that kind of stuff before, where there was somebody had filed something incorrectly, and you just go back in and you make an amendment to it, and that usually will get it corrected pretty quick.
So we've had these cases recently where lawyers have filed motions citing case law that that AI invented, completely fabricated case law. And one part of my brain is like, well, those guys should be disbarred. I mean, that's just not practicing law. But the truth is, in a lot of firms, the lawyers you see in the courtroom, they never researched anything. The paralegals were doing all that work, and they're treating the chat GPT or whatever the legal AI is just like they would treat a paralegal. They're just assuming the paralegal did it correctly, and they're relying on that. They're not reading the cases themselves. I can't imagine doing that. I mean, the cases I'm involved in are cases where people could go to prison for the rest of their lives. I read everything. That's one of the reasons I'm expensive. But if a lawyer relies on a paralegal's presentation of the law, why wouldn't that same lawyer rely on AI? So I can kind of understand how they fell into this trap. I don't excuse it as a professional peer. I think it's terrible. You're not practicing law. You're just doing bullshit. But I can see how it happens.
Do you think it's a possibility that some of these lawyers, they may just be having a really heavier caseload than they need to have?
That's their responsibility. I'm sorry. I don't care.
No, I agree.
That's their responsibility. You have to manage your case. Don't take so many cases. Exactly. I mean, public defenders do it every day of the week. They have triple the caseload they should have, but they're still expected to meet their ethical obligations to defend their clients. So especially for a private lawyer, you choose the cases you take. Don't take more than you can handle. And if you take more than you can handle and you F it up, that's what malpractice insurance is for.
Exactly.
Do you think a lot of them that take more cases on than they can handle, they do it just for the money at that point?
All right. So I can really only speak to the criminal defense context. And I would say, yes, there are a lot of criminal defense attorneys who take on far more cases than they can handle if they did them right. But they don't do them right. They turn into a volume production machine where they get the clients, they get the retainer, and they work out a plea deal, and they crank the handle, and they're not actually fighting for their clients. They're looking for the quickest way to make their money, like a real estate agent might do, right? So you might put your house on the market, and the real estate agent thinks to themselves, well, I might be able to get this person $30,000 more, but it would take me a year of effort. Or I can get them this $30,000 less price tomorrow, and I get the commission tomorrow. Well, what's in their interest? They're not fighting for you, really. And a lot of criminal defense attorneys are like that. They become factories. They're cranking the handle. And in fairness, if you're a criminal defense attorney, most of your clients are criminals. I mean, that's the nature of the business. So they don't morally feel bad about it. Most of their clients did what they're accused of doing. So they feel like, well, if I crank the handle, some of them will get lucky and not be convicted. And the ones who get convicted, most of them actually committed the crime. So what's the harm? I don't live that way, but I have a very unusual law practice. I'm able to very carefully pick the cases that I work on, and I fight like hell for every one of my clients. But I'm lucky enough that business model pays my bills. If I had to do it the other way, I guess I try to put myself in a position where I didn't have to do it the other way.
Yeah. And then my wife lucked out in what the area of law that she practices. So she practices title and real estate litigation, which is really boring stuff. I mean, it's quiet titles and, property law, really, really boring stuff, but it's
very, very technical. The details matter.
Yes, very much so. And she's very detail oriented. So it becomes very interesting to see that her predecessor could quote these citations off the top of his head. And one of the things that he would do is she would hand him something for him to look over because he would be signing off on it, being the senior partner. He would look at it and he goes, "No, this isn't correct." And she'd go, "What's wrong with it?" He goes, "Well, go read it again. And if you don't get it, go read it again. And if you don't get it then read it the fuck again, because it's in the book." Like, this stuff is pretty straightforward. And it taught her to become much better at what she was doing. And now she's like head of what she does. She's like very sought out for the work that she does by people that want property litigation, so much so that she has to turn down work.
Yeah, that's a good place to be. I like being in that place too. All right, so I feel like I've completely derailed the show, so I'll be quiet. And
you haven't. Thank you for joining us. Like, it's always a pleasure to have you. I've been wanting to have you back on. I just haven't really had any interesting shows.
Yeah, because it was MLS that was asking about, so is this the one that's going to be talking about Bill Clinton? And we were just like, yeah, but it's not really in here. I mean, we're not even halfway through this portion of the documents. These are the documents that were dropped on the 4th. We still have documents that were dropped all the way up until the 9th, with still more coming in.
So I'm sorry, but can we pretend I'm like a retarded viewer who just discovered the channel this instant? What is this case, like, in a nutshell, and who are the parties, and what are we talking about? And
so this is Ghislaine Maxwell.
Which
was part of
Jeffrey Epstein.
Jeffrey Epstein and his sex pedo ring with underage girls, and she was sued by Virginia Giuffre, and this is what the result of that was. She was
Virginia Giuffre one of the girls?
Yes.
Okay. Mm-hmm. All right.
Yeah. And there's a bunch of Jane Does in here. This is the one that Good Logic Joe went to go see at in New York.
I remember. Yep.
Yeah.
Does Maxwell have any assets? Is there anything to take? I mean, if you sue her civilly, so the first thing a plaintiff's attorney, civil attorney, thinks of is, well, we could sue him and win, but there's no point in doing that if there's nothing to take, right? If there's no assets to seize, if there's no money to make, if you can't collect on the judgment.
Well, and I think there was this might have been a countersuit, if I'm not mistaken, because of defamation. Like, Ghislaine was suing for defamation on this portion of it. Look right here, because it says Giuffre versus Maxwell. So Giuffre is the plaintiff, and Maxwell would be the defendant. Yeah. So it was her suing on this one.
Like Amber Heard did to Johnny.
Yeah.
That didn't work too well for her.
No. Well, she did a countersuit is what she did on Johnny Depp.
Right.
And we also covered the Depp trial. That's what we'll be doing tomorrow. Just rehashing old memories without all the drama.
Actually, you know what I think would be a good show to have you on with me, Bronca? I'm planning on interviewing the SafeCon.
Oh.
The guy who now he's suing Yale after he won the case of the girl falsely Me Tooing him.
I don't think I know anything about it.
We got to talk about this. I'll send you the Twitter thread that says his story. But basically, she falsely Me Too'd him, and thankfully, he had enough evidence to state that, or
So who was he?
prove
Was he a
that
position of
he
was he
was a student. He was
he an athlete, student? Was he someone
no,
with
so he I
just a
think
normal
he's
dude?
from Afghanistan who is going to school on a student visa.
Wasn't he a doctor? Studied to be a doctor, correct? I could be wrong on that.
I can't remember.
Normally they go after money, right? The fake Me Too's, they're going after money or power or position or prestige. It's not a normally I mean, it can be a random dude, unfortunately.
Unless
his
you had a
story,
boyfriend that
his story, what it sounded like his story was because he did have a girlfriend at the time, and they were in an open relationship, and it sounded like after the girl that he hooked up with or whatever, when she found out that like he has a girlfriend, she kind of got upset at it, and then her friends convinced her to Me Too him.
Yeah,
basically.
Yeah, that happens
revenge
quite a
Me
lot.
Too.
Yeah, pretty much it was a revenge Me Too.
Girlfriend, he SA'd you. You didn't just stupidly fall for a guy for a one night stand. It's not your fault. It's this dude's
You've got
wild
no agency.
machinations.
Now you know why I
You're
hate
just woman.
Now you know why I hate women, guys. No offense to the women in chat.
Oh, don't hate women. That's not
just hate the ones that just hate the ones that blow a guy 10 times in the back room and then say that they were Me Too'd.
I wouldn't hate her. I mean, I wouldn't go there, but I mean, there's a place in the world for everybody. Everyone loves happiness, but you have to recognize people's. With everyone we meet in the world, we have to recognize that everybody has certain scope limitations, right? And you have to work with them within the constraints of how they're wired. And women tend to be, not everyone, just not everyone, but most of them tend to be wired in particular ways that are largely predictable when it comes to sexual relations with men.
I take no offense to that because I feel the same way.
Yeah, and we've
and I feel like
I've talked about this before.
I feel like they ruin it. They ruin it for those of us who are like fucking normal.
Yeah. They do. They do, because unfortunately they tend to engage with men early on in life, and those men suffer from those interactions in a negative way, and then those men became very cautious about interacting with women, and the men largely can't differentiate between the crazy broads who just burn them down and normal women who they might actually want to marry and have a family and have kids with. For most guys, they all look the same,
Yeah.
And they can't tell until it's too late, until you're committed or married or have kids, and you never know which one is the depth mine that's gonna blow up your whole life.
mean, it honestly, it kind of happens with women too. Like, I, for one, I know for a fact, because of my dating experience, like my dating past, like especially that last one fucked me up really bad. Now every guy that even tries to say hello to me, I'm like, what do you want? What are your intentions?
Right. So any good guy, nice guy, and I don't mean that in the derogatory sense. It could be a perfectly fine guy, not a simp is what I mean. Who you might bump into, you're cautious now, right? You have, what do they call it? An anxious relationship style, maybe. You're worried that the next guy will be like the last guy who seemed okay at first too, right? Right. So and none of this makes you a bad person. It makes you a normal person, right? To have these concerns that the experience might be repeated. But that new guy has no idea about the old guy, right? So for him, it's like, holy F, what am I dealing with here? This is like a tornado of chaos. The chaos isn't unreasonable from your perspective because of what you just went through. It's a normal reaction to a bad experience. But the next guy, he's like, oh my God, this is putting up red flags for me, right? And that complicates moving forward.
Yep.
Yeah.
Makes relationships harder.
I'm not a psychologist or relationship advisor, folks. I just observe the world.
and I completely agree with you that this is what happens, and and then it perpetuates because now you've scared off 20 potential guys that could have been, interested in you.
And I tend, frankly, to blame the women for this scenario.
Well, I blame them
that sounds
too.
horrible. I know that sounds horrible,
No,
because I know the guys you dealt with they were dogs. They were horrible. I'm not trying to say they were good people. Those guys, I know those guys.
Yeah,
some
I blame them too.
I used to be
we
that
know
guy.
those guys.
I blame
those guys.
I
But
blame
those guys are
women
always
too,
present. They're always present.
especially
They're always out there
feminists.
hunting. They're always out there looking for vulnerable women that they can convince to get into bed. And traditionally, and really, I mean, legally, still today, it's the woman who controls access to the bed. And it's the women today who get blinded by these attractive Chad Roans, get into bed, and then it turns out Chad Roan's really just looking to get laid a lot and is not looking to commit to anybody. And he'll do that 1,000 times and burn through 1,000 women. And there's a difference for sex for men and women. I mean, men can fall in love. I fell in love with my wife. I love my wife. I adore her. But men can also just have sex to bust a nut, to just get it done.
What if they're not having sex to bust a nut, but basically to get the woman to a point where she is under his absolute control?
That again, I'm sorry, but that's a function of the women. There are women who will succumb to that kind of thing, and there are women who won't. And it tends to be the woman who's engaged by a guy who's several levels above her on a 1 to 10 scale. He's super hot, super attractive. She can't believe she's got a guy like this. She's actually getting permanently set at her highest level. Does that make sense? Like a game piece?
Yeah.
Like her levels, let's say it's a 6, which is great. A 6 is super cute. A 6 is super cute for a girl. But she gets engaged by a guy in Instagram and her DMs by a guy who's a 9. A 9, 3 levels above her. That's a lot. This is a logarithmic scale. Okay. That's a big difference. But he's not looking to commit to a 6. He's just bored, or he saw her on Instagram, or he just wants to bust a nut.
Love bombs her all the time.
Right. But when she's with him, now her level, her expectation of what is appropriate for her becomes that 9. She gets stuck at her highest level. And now when she meets a dude who's a 6, that dude is like below her. She'd be settling for that guy. So she doesn't settle when she's 20 or 25 or 30 or 35. And then when she hits 38, she's like, holy shit, I want kids and I'm still single and I can't get a 9 to commit to me. And what am I going to do now? And then she settles for the 6 until she has a couple kids with him. And then she's still actually emotionally bored with the 6, and they get divorced. And I say this as a guy who's describing my first marriage. That's exactly what happened to me.
I mean, I'm about to be 31, and I'm at that stage where I'm like, fuck, I really want to find someone and settle down. But at the same time, I'm like, I'm not putting myself out there just because I'm like, yeah, I'm terrified. I'm absolutely terrified of going through that again. I had to go to freaking therapy to like get over.
Because the dating market traumatizes us, right? It traumatizes us. The way we're told that we can date, the way we're told to go out and meet and engage and have sex with people and pretend that that's healthy and normal and just what everyone should do. In fact, that's a traumatizing experience that we're being lied to. We're being told that, hey, free love summer, hot girl summer, girls trips. But we're not told it's traumatizing. We don't know it's traumatizing until we do it, and then we experience the trauma.
Yeah.
And it's pretty severe trauma because it carries with you to if it was like like an STD, you take the medication, the STD would go away, you'd be clear of it. But it's not like that. It stays with you. It stays with you to your next relationship.
Really does.
And your next relationship. It's like the ones that don't go away with antibiotics. It almost never goes away. And then when you meet a guy when you're 30 or whatever, and you're looking for a committed relationship, you're asking that guy to commit a lot, right? I mean, women choose sex. They choose when they have sex. Men choose when they get married. So you got to convince that dude to marry you. And that dude's thinking, all right, if I marry this chick, in 5 years, on a whim, she could walk off with half my money all my kids, my house, and there's not a damn thing I can do about it because I'm not
Well,
just marrying her.
I would sign a prenup.
Prenups? Okay, so as a lawyer, I will tell you that there are people diss on prenups. There are ways to do prenups that are correct, that are solid, that are very difficult to break. That's the prenup I would recommend for the dude. Do it. If you do it the right way, it's really hard to break. If you're downloading something off the internet and you think you have a prenup, you got nothing, man. You got
go to a lawyer.
It's crinkly toilet paper. It's like the worst toilet paper you've ever used in your life. It's worth nothing. So a good prenup costs a lot of money. The trouble is, a lot of people when they get married, they don't have a lot of money. So I would expect a good prenup to cost somewhere in the range of $5 to $10 grand. How many young couples have an extra $5 to $10 grand hanging around for a document that the woman probably doesn't want anyway, because that means you're just expecting to divorce me?
That's true.
So, later in age, more successful guys, they have more at stake. They have more resources. It's not that big a deal to pay $5 or $10 grand. You do that for, I have lots of trusts and things that I set up at that kind of cost range because I have assets that are worth protecting in that way. But for a young couple, that's not realistic. I mean, they're just graduated college. They can barely afford their apartment. That dude's not dropping $5 grand on a prenup. And by the way, at that time, he has nothing to protect, right? He's literally a 6. So in my first marriage, I would call myself a 6. I was a young lawyer, but I didn't have a well-developed practice. I wasn't making a ton of money. I was a 6 as a dude. I was tall. I was reasonably good looking, but I didn't have a ton of money. It was all potential for me, right? The potential wealth that I could create. But in that first marriage, that potential wasn't yet realized. It takes a long time for a guy to develop wealth. It takes decades for a guy to develop wealth. That was different than when I got my second marriage.
Well, your second one, obviously, it's the happy one. It's the best one. It's the only one that matters.
Yeah. And it's odd how that happens, because a lot of people think, well, Bronco's probably could never, ever possibly be married because, he's such a misogynistic pick. It's like, no, that's not what it's about.
No, I love women. I love women. I want what's best for women.
You're just realistic.
I just feel bad that so many women are making such poor choices that are going to leave them miserable. I think feminism is like a crack cocaine for women. It's a fentanyl. It's like what strip clubs are for men. I think it just leads them away from the path of happiness. I want women to be. I got 3 daughters and a wife. I want women to be happy. I don't want them to be unhappy, but I see them making a lot of shitty choices that I know are going to lead them to unhappiness. And I feel, I mean, they're not my family, but I'm like, excuse me, ma'am, you're about to step into a manhole, an open manhole, into a sewage line. Maybe don't do that. This is not going to end well for you. But these women, they're just like, no, I'm a strong, independent woman. I don't need those men. When they're 22, and then when they're 30 or 35, they're like, well, where the F are all the good guys? Well,
you scared them off.
I'm sorry. It's almost like these women are like adult-sized children who can't, when you're kids and it feels like Christmas 9 months away, it's like, oh my God, Christmas will never come. It'll never be here. I'm going to have to wait forever. I feel like a lot of these women are like that. They're like, oh, I'm 22 and I'm a woman, and 40 is an infinite number of years away. Well, it gets there quick. It gets there really quick. 25 does, 30 does. Yeah.
Just remember, time flies when you're having fun.
And unfortunately, I think a lot of these women, they don't have fathers or brothers or male. Frankly, even their mothers. Their mothers are often even worse because their mothers often did this themselves, right? So they failed in this. So
as Drex says, the mom raised these hoes.
Yeah, the mom raised these hoes. But there's no father there and I've had this conversation with my daughters, who sits them down and says, listen, you're going to hit an age when you're 20, and when you're 25, and when you're 30, and when you're 35, and when you're 40, and your life options are drastically different at each of those stages. And I tell my daughters, you can make whatever choice you want, and I will love you forever. You want to be a corporate boss babe? Absolutely fine with me. You do whatever you want. I just want you to make an informed decision. Understand what you're sacrificing by doing that. If you give up 20 to 35 being a corporate babe, and then you suddenly decide you'd rather be a stay-at-home mom and have kids, your options are going to be extremely limited. I mean, biologically, it may not be possible. If it is possible, you're not going to have a lot of kids. You may have one, maybe two. You're not having four, not at 35. That's not happening statistically. So just think about what you want your life to look like, plan ahead. And if you want to be corporate boss babe, that's fine. But if you want to be a mother, the best time to do that is actually early, not late.
Yeah.
I completely sidetracked the show, as I knew I would.
No,
I'm so
no,
sorry.
no. I'm actually enjoying this conversation.
Exactly. Well, and I mean, I guess the best thing to do is just set them down and let them watch the very beginning of Idiocracy, where you got the couple that's sitting there and they're going, "Oh, we're young and we're planning everything, and we want to have we're doing this smart." And then meanwhile, you got Jethro over here that's banging all of the girls on the cheerleading team, and he's like the idiot, nose guard, and he dies, and his sons perpetuate that on, while this same couple is sitting there going, yeah, we've frozen my eggs and we'll just in vitro his semen. And he's just like, well, I can't have any now.
It's one of the biggest lies told to women, is this whole egg freezing thing. I think Cosmopolitan should be burned to the ground by a bunch of women with pitchforks and torches. It's the lies they teach these women. It's terrible. That stuff it almost never works. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It almost never works.
Even if they do in vitro, it's more than likely going to fail.
Yeah. And if you're a woman and you have a child at 40,
yeah.
Do you want to be taking that kid to their high school graduation when you're 60? I mean, is that the plan? Does that feel like any model of actually being a mother that you're raising? So I've raised 4 kids in 2 different marriages, 2 kids in each. Mm-hmm. Raising a kid's hard. It's a lot of work. They're very energy intensive. And I would suggest that most women at 40 are, in my experience, most women at 40, their energy levels generally are kind of declining. And raising a children, we're biologically engineered for women to have kids at like 20, not 40. Because at 20, you have the energy. At 40, a lot of women are like, oh, I'd really like to quit my day job now.
You're going through like menopause and shit too.
Yes, of course. By the way, how can I say this in a way that's, well, it's just science. So the other primates,
you're not going to get us in trouble. So
yeah,
you'll be fine.
I'm not going to say,
I wouldn't.
You never know when stuff
either.
is going to be misinterpreted. So, but the other primates, the chimps and the gorillas, when the female chimps and gorillas hit menopause, they actually die.
Yeah.
They don't live after that. They just die, because evolutionarily their contribution to continuing the gene line has ended. Humans are unique among primates in that our women don't die, which is awesome. We call it the grandmother effect, because those women stay alive and they can help raise the grandchildren and help the mothers and help. So, because of course we're a much more sophisticated species than are the other primates. But the other primates, this hitting of menopause is so evolutionarily decisive that the female chimps and gorillas just don't live anymore.
Whereas
it's only because we have a human society, the human culture that allows for a role for postmenopausal women to still contribute to families, and therefore to contribute to continuing the gene line, that we have women that live 40 years past menopause. A little bit of weird science. Sorry.
I didn't know that. No, that was really interesting. I didn't know that.
That's crazy. I knew that, but it's one of those things you forget. But yeah, I remember hearing that. I was like, that is so unique, in that we're the only group that's like that.
That's why we rule the world.
It has to be, and also I think it's because we're more. We actually formed a different type of society where, we actually have a adoration for the what do they call it, the matriarchy. There's admiration in that, in having that grandmotherly figure to guide even the little granddaughters along, and
and, pampering them, treating them like princesses, or, letting them be a tomboy. They're the ones that really see what the mother may not see. Because a lot of times the mother
so children, girls can be tomboys. I would suggest the model that's been historically proven to be most effective in propagating the human race, right? Generally speaking, very broadly speaking, is women raising families, having a lot of discretionary authority. My wife has tremendous discretionary authority. My wife is basically the CEO of a very wealthy company in our family.
Yes.
But they have that authority under the administration of a male, of a husband, of a father. And I think in that context, women do extraordinarily well, because women are different than men. We shouldn't have to explain this, but they tend to be more emotional than men. They'd have to be, really, if you think about the hormonal cocktail that rolls through their body every month, because they're optimized for bearing children, and that's what's required for bearing children. So it's not a negative to say women are more emotional. It's just recognizing that it couldn't be any other way. But do you want the more emotional, and let's be fair, that means also less consistently rational, more neurotic pairing of the family to be the one making the most important decisions for the family? And I would suggest probably not. Probably you want the hyper rational dude to be making the decisions. Now, do you want that hyper rational dude raising your children when they skin their knee or do something that makes them cry? No. You need a woman for that, because children are emotional. You need the emotion of a woman to do that. So it's not a defect. It's a strength of women for that. But it doesn't mean you want them to be the captain of the ship.
See, that's one of the arguments that the feminists fail to understand is, well, if a man can raise kids and have a career, why can't I? Well, actually, no, they can't. So women can't either, because
men do it. But you know how men do it? Men do it by raising men. Yep. So if a single family is a father is the parent, not a mother, mothers have terrible outcomes as single parent families. Fathers have far better outcomes as single parent families. But what tends to happen is the man raises the boys perfectly well, and he raises the girls to be men.
Yeah. And that's where it becomes a little.
And that's a failure for the girls, because then they go out into the sexual marketplace and they have a lot of masculine characteristics, and that's not attractive to men in terms of a long-term commitment.
Yeah, I think that's one of the problems I have, because my dad basically, he immigrated from Iraq, so he's always had that.
So he's already tough, right? Immigrants are already tough, right?
And he's always had that like survival mind.
Yep.
So growing up, all he taught me was like survival. Like, you need to be able to do this and this and this. And he's like, when I want you to
depend on anybody.
Yeah, he's like, I don't want you to depend on anybody, not in like a feminist type of way, but in a way to where he doesn't want anybody to be able to treat me the way that they do back home in Iraq.
Right. Because, so every father who raises a son tells that son, I don't want you to be dependent on anybody. I want you to be your own man, self-supporting. So when you have a single father and he has a daughter, he doesn't know we don't know any different, we men. We don't know how to raise women. So we tell our daughters the same things. I don't want you to be dependent on anyone. I want you to be 100% self-supporting. But when you go out into the sexual marketplace and you're trying to meet men to commit to you for a lifetime, that man actually wants you to be dependent on him. He wants to be your supporter and defender. If you present as a woman who doesn't need him, well, you're just...
It's a big turnoff.
You're just entertainment purposes only, but he's not going to come, because if you don't need him, that means he could put a baby or two babies inside you. He could invest everything into you, buy you a home, everything. But if you don't need him, the moment you get bored, you're gone with all that. And he may never see his kids again. I mean, it's a terrifying prospect for a father.
Yeah. That's how like my mom has... My mom's always told me, she's like, just soften yourself. Even if you don't need help, pretend like you need help. Ask a man for help. She's like,
Smart.
even if you know what you're doing, just pretend like you don't. Because I've had guys tell me, they're like, I feel like you want me, but you don't need me. I'm like,
Yeah.
yeah.
And you
but-
actually feel like you don't, right? They're actually telling you the truth.
But then I also feel like shit that they feel that way. But then I've also had men who are like,
Well, why don't you
I'm like,
think-
okay, take the reins.
Do you feel you need a man? Do you need a man for anything?
Of course I do.
Well, why don't you tell them that? I do need you. I need you for this, that, and the other thing.
Because there's some men that are fucking douchebags that are like,
don't pick them. Don't pick those men.
Yes.
I know, and that's where I have that problem, because I'm also the type that's
Are they
like,
good looking?
No.
What are you doing?
The last one is actually below my level, to be honest. But I also don't think very highly of myself. But I will admit that I think he was below me.
Yes, he was. Yes.
Oh yeah, Shizzy's seen him. Shizzy knows.
Yeah.
Shizzy
very
knows.
much below.
It's like, okay, I'm letting you take the lead or whatever, but then they start taking advantage of it and start using that to the point where they want to control me, and I'm like, hold on, pause, big pause. What's going on here? And then they're like, oh, you're just trying to be an independent woman. I'm like, no, I'm just confused. Like, I don't want you to constantly shower me with gifts. I don't want that. Just be a fucking man. That's all.
Well, nobody knows what that means. So what's the mission? What's the mission for you in your mind? Is it marriage? Is it kids? Is it, what is it?
Absolutely. The marriage. So I look at marriage as a, like, because I'm a business major, I look at it as marriage is like you're going into business with a partner. You're building a partnership. Your business is your family.
Okay, I think that's
I don't know if that makes sense.
No, I think that's a great way to look at it. With one tweak, like, I would say. Then the one tweak, I think that's right, because I think a lot of young people make the mistake of thinking that marriage is about love. Marriage is not about love. If you get love in a marriage, that's awesome. I have tremendous love in my second marriage. So it's worked out great for me. But my first marriage, 13-year marriage, was horrible. It was like a prison sentence. But I stayed anyway because I had children in that marriage for 13 years, even though it went bad in the first couple of years. But marriage is not really about love. Marriage is about commitment and obligation. Marriage is about children. Mm-hmm. Why get married if you're not going to have kids? Why bother doing that? But once you have kids, then it's the kids that are the mission. And it's the obligation and the commitment to the kids. And I would say that people who are unhappy in a marriage that have children, fuck you. You have children. I don't care if you're unhappy. You stay in the marriage until you get those children to the adult stage. Then do whatever you want, I guess.
I agree.
But it's about the kids. So when you describe marriage as kind of a business, I would agree in that respect. If you God willing, we also get love and happiness out of the marriage, but that's not the core purpose of the marriage. The core purpose is the kids. That means obligation is the core purpose of the marriage. Sacrifice is the core purpose of the marriage. But where I would disagree is when you say a partnership, because I don't believe you can have a successful marriage with equal partners any more than I think you can have two captains on a ship. I think
same way in business, you can't have equal partners. You do not have equal partners in business because
he would have to be like, let's say 80, me 20, or like him 90, me 10.
From taking business,
I'm supposed to compliment the man.
Having someone as a 50-50 in a partner relationship always will end up in some sort of failure,
right?
Because you're at a constant, and if you run into that one particular thing that you're in an impasse with, well, I'm 50% there, I'm 50% there, and you never get anything done. You have to have that one person that has 51%, whether you like it or not. You have that 51% that, and the other one has 49. So that way, whenever the business that
that real decision needs to be made, that person steps up and makes that decision.
And it doesn't mean that everyone else in the family is subservient. It doesn't mean the wife is subservient and getting kicked. The captain of a ship has a first officer, an engineer, a navigator, professionals in their own realms that he respects, and he listens to them, and he incorporates their expert advice into the decisions he should make, which is what the wife should be doing. If she's managing the budget, or she's raising the kids, or she's thinking about the plans for visiting family over the vacation, whatever, her voice matters. Her voice matters 100%. But at the end of the day, if there's a disagreement, somebody has to make the call. And I think the best marriages are where the parties agree that if a call has to be made, the husband's going to make the call, and the wife is comfortable relying on the belief that the husband's making a call that's consistent with his belief that it's in the best interest of the family. Now, he may be wrong. Husbands make mistakes. I make mistakes. So you can't expect your husband to be perfect, but you have to trust that he's making a decision that he believes is in the best interest of the family.
Right.
And then you have to go with that. And you can't simply tell them, F you, we're not doing that, because that's not a marriage anymore.
Because we're technically, well, would you agree that the role of a woman is to complement the man, not compete? Like, you're supposed to compliment him.
You should compliment each other. It's not just about the woman complimenting the man. You actually compliment each other. There's decisions.
Well, I mean, for those women who think that they have to be equal, like they butt heads all the time. I don't know. Hey, I made a sandwich for my boss today, actually. I got to work yesterday. He's like, Did you bring food? What do you have for me? I'm like, I did not bring food, but I got you. And then I went in today. I was like, here you go. I made you a sandwich.
Did he like that?
He did.
I bet he did, right? Yeah. Like, genuinely, could you see it on his face? Like, he was.
But then he's like, what's in it? I was like, well, turkey, some spinach, mayo, mustard, some tomato, some red onion. And then he's like, I don't like mayo. I'm like, well, fuck, I guess I screwed that one up. What do you like? So I know for future.
Right. That's
exactly.
I mean, this is your boss, not your husband, but that's what a good wife does.
No, he's only my boss for the next 3 months because I have my own location to manage.
But you also have to understand. But you have to understand, Jessica, this right there is good practice.
Yes, and by the way, this is how parents should be raising their daughters. To do this without feeling like they're being subjugated, like they're being treated like slaves. Because this is how young women today are taught, that making a sandwich for a man is utter servitude. You may as well be chained to a slave ship coming from Africa to South Carolina if you're making a sandwich for a man.
Wait, is that an option?
I don't think so.
I don't know. I enjoy being in the kitchen. I enjoy washing dishes. Washing dishes is so therapeutic to me.
Right. So get on TikTok and listen to the women on TikTok talking about being expected to do dishes or make a sandwich or make a all of them.
The feminists. All of them?
The treadwise are even worse.
I can't stand them. I literally
they're all such frauds. I prefer the feminists over the tradwise because at least the feminists are honest. The tradwise are like, oh, I used to be a feminist, but then I found God and now I'm a good person. Like, bitch, you still got 100 body count. I mean, you're still broken. You're not fooling anybody.
I mean, in the relationship with my wife, which is
all the trad cons, if they were really trad cons, they'd be married at 22 and have 4 kids.
Exactly.
So show me the internet trad cons, all these 30 plus broads.
God, yes.
Show me the ones who that's true for.
That's true.
They're just making it up.
Yeah. I mean, in my relationship with my wife, I do most of the cooking because she is the main breadwinner. I mean, she's got the degree, she's got the business, and she runs that business pretty damn tight. Where, yeah, okay, but whenever it comes down to it, it's just like, I got this really big decision needs to be made that's outside of business, like what goes on in the home. She's the one that's turning to me. She's turning to me whenever she's going, I need this taken care of, that taken care of. It's just like, yeah, I got it. I mean,
and by the way, there's nothing wrong with your family model. If that works for you, that works for you.
Yeah.
All I care about is family models that work
And being happy.
that work.
Be
Yeah.
happy
that
with it.
don't end up with broken families. So if your family model where your wife is making much of the money and you're doing much of the cooking works for you, I'm 150% behind
Absolutely.
it. That's awesome. It's a cohesive family. I would
Exactly.
observe that for most couples that doesn't work. For most
Well,
couples, if the wife
and
is
this was
making
a
a lot more money
discussion-
than the man, it doesn't work out.
Well, this was a discussion we had early on in her relationship because she knows that she's got the degree, and she knows that her earning potential is always going to be much greater than mine, just because I chose to be a mechanic. And getting
I was a
older
mechanic. I was a diesel mechanic
I
in
know.
Harlem, New
I
York for
know.
many years.
Yeah,
I remember that.
I actually worked for Honda for many years. But my earning potential was only going to hit so high. She's always was going to be pulling more money.
And let's be
And
fair,
it's
it's a
just-
young man's game, right?
Well, yes. Oh God, yes. So her thing is like, is it going to bother you that I'm always going to be the bread earner, and I'm going to have probably a different attitude and more say towards it? I was like, why? This is if we're married, why does that bother me that you're making more money? Because this is like coming into our household, which means I'm making more money, right? So
yeah, but
we
you have a cohesive marriage. So where the
Right.
trouble tends to start is it's not the husband who's bothered, it's the wife who's bothered. She's making
wife.
all this money. She's hanging out with other dudes who are making a lot of money, and she
Right.
feels like, well, I could do better than my current husband. So she files for divorce. So the only anxiety of the husband is they're not personally bothered that the wife is bringing in a lot of money. That's great for the
Oh, okay.
household. They become concerned that the wife may be led to divorce because of the income
Yeah.
disparity. But if you have a sound marriage, you don't need to worry about that.
Yeah, that's why I was like, man, why would I worry about that? I think it's a good thing. It means that I get to vacation in Italy and France.
Right.
and
So you have
crap
an
like that.
amazing wife who's an exceptional woman. A lot of
Yeah.
women are not the level of your wife. And they do look around and they do see that they could generally women are looking to hook up with guys who are at worst at their level or well above their level. They're looking to go up the ladder. They're not looking to go down the
Right.
ladder. Obviously, that's different for you. But your anecdotal experience is not generalizable for women
Right.
generally, right? So
Yes.
for most
very much.
women, what often happens is that they suddenly discover, say they got married out of college to their husband, and their husband kind of is slowly working up the promotion scale, but she had an abrupt increase in the promotion scale. So now she's making twice as much as her husband. A lot of women actually they don't marry for love as much as they marry for lifestyle. They're envisioning a life for themselves, and they suddenly think, well, I could have a lifestyle that's double what my current husband is making me, and all these guys at work are chatting me up and want to ask, flirting with me, and if I only dump my current husband, maybe I could be with one of those dudes, and that's how the divorce happens. And what happens in a practical world, by the way, is that woman discovers that all those higher level dudes, they were flirting with her because they wanted to bang her, but they didn't want to commit to her. And she finds that she dumped the husband who loved her for a bunch of men who just want to F her and will never commit. And then she's miserable and lonely for the last 50 years of her life. We're social
She ends up
creatures.
becoming
folks.
a lame
Some of
rat
us
hog.
are lone wolves. We can live alone. But most of us want a partner in life. We want someone when we come home. There's someone there we can trust, we can talk to, we can tell about our day, about our failings and our successes. And they're there even when we make mistakes. They're still with us.
Yeah.
They're not friends of the night. And we want them there forever, forever. And these women lose this. The last 40, 50 decades, because we live to 90 now, right?
Yeah.
The last 40, 50. So they divorce at 30, 40. They spend 10 years on the carousel, banging a bunch of dudes who don't give a crap about them. And then they get old enough where they turn invisible to men because now there's a new flock of 20-year-olds. And they're going to spend the last 40 years of their lives in desperate loneliness. I can't imagine a worse, especially for women who are much more social creatures than men are.
Yes.
I can't imagine a worse fate. It's horrible. But feminism trains women to do this, to take this path. It tells them, oh, no worry, when you're 60, you'll be just as hot as when you were 20. You're leading women to decades of desperate loneliness and poverty. It's horrible. It ought to be a crime.
Sure, they could possibly be just as hot at 60 as they were at 40. They could easily be just as hot, but who are they hot to?
Nobody.
Okay. No, right. No, I'm talking about
well, and
their husbands.
See, this is
right,
where this is sort of where the lie comes, because it's like, yeah, my wife, whenever I'm 70 and she's 60, she's gonna be just as hot to me as the day that I married her. But I don't see her. I don't see, the 40-year-old guy that sees her going, that's just the woman I want to get in with, because I got
because your wife, because she's married to you, like my wife is married to me, is out of the sexual marketplace. She's not trying to sell herself in terms of her attractiveness, right? It's a committed relationship. I met my wife, she was 26, and now she's a few years older
27.
She is gorgeous. She is so super hot to me. Right. But what she's not doing is she's not going out into the sexual marketplace and competing for a mate. She secured a mate. She secured me. If she had to go out and compete in the sexual marketplace, as attractive and beautiful as she is, as gorgeous as she is at her current age, physically, from an objective perspective, she was hotter at 26 than she is now. Now, that's fine. As she is now, she's given me 2 children, a lifetime of support. We adore each other. I'm not looking to bang a 26-year-old, but I remember her at 26. I haven't forgotten. And it's ridiculous to pretend that how a woman looks at 22, 23, 24, which is the height of their physical attraction, that doesn't diminish over time. I mean, it obviously has to.
Absolutely.
But we tell people, if you ever mention this on Twitter, by the way, all the trad cons who are 35 years old will come out like a swarm of crows and attack you. No, look at this photo with my boobs out. I'm just as hot now as I was when I was 20. It's like, no, I'm sorry, you're not. You're hot. You're super hot. You're super attractive. But I bet when you were 20, you were even hotter than you are now.
Right. Absolutely. Well, and that was sort of my point, is, these women that this is being propagated to, looking hot at 60, are the ones that have already secured a mate. They're not competing in the sexual marketplace. And it's the younger girls that are writing this shit for these older women that are in their 40s and telling them
also
this
bullshit. The older women, nobody lies to younger girls more than the older women. The older women lie to these young girls all the time, especially the lonely, failed older women. They are the biggest voices telling these young girls, just be you, honey. Just be the strong, powerful, independent, don't need no man. Look at me. I'm super happy, 45 and all alone. Look at my bag. I go to Paris. I do this. I do that. What they never show you is them crying in bed by themselves without a partner.
And they all get like Botox and like
look at their faces
shit done to their face. It's so gross.
To take away the unhappiness that's worn in there. Do you think
they're lying and they know they're lying, or do you think
no, women are kind of, they have multiple personalities. So they can lie and know they're lying and still believe they're telling the truth. That's how women's brains are wired.
They're pretty delusional.
So you don't think they're lying because they're upset and want to hold down the next generation?
Think about the strength of character you would need to say, I ruined my whole life. I wasted my 20s. I wasted my 30s. I could have.
They're not going to say
husband. That. Right. No, that's what my point.
That means taking accountability. Women don't take accountability.
They could have had all that, and they didn't do it for what? For a series of 50 chads and a corporate job that just laid them off, that doesn't give an F about them, and their parents are dead, and they have no kids, and no one gives an F, and now they're 40 and they're invisible to men. It's too late. There's no time machine, right? It's not like they can say, oh, I fucked up. I'm going to rewind and do it better again next time. It's over. It's over.
It is.
So think about the strength of character it would take to look into a TikTok camera and say, girls who are 20, I'm 40. I followed the feminist path and I completely fucked up. It absolutely destroyed any possibility for long-term happiness in my life. I am going to be miserable for the last 50 decades of my life. Don't follow my path. I am ruined. Who would have the moral character to say that? None of these women. Accountability is kryptonite to them. So they just lie. They pretend. And most importantly, they have to deceive the next generation to make the same mistakes, or their own mistakes would be exposed.
Yeah,
So
how many times you've... I'm sorry,
so
Paul,
that they don't yeet themselves off a bridge.
Possibly.
I don't want to get to that topic because YouTube doesn't like it, but I would expect we will see a massive increase in that kind of thing happening in the next couple of decades.
And we hope not. That's the
I hope
the
not.
goal. We don't want to see that. We want to see everybody happy and prosper. That's what we're here for. Is to be happy, prosper, have a little self-control.
I think it's best if men are productive, aggressive men on their mission, competitive with other men, achieving their purpose, seeking out women who can complement them, raise their children, and I hate to say it, subordinate themselves to that man. That man's mission has to be the priority, providing the resources for his family. And that woman can lovingly raise those children, love that husband. That's what a happily family looks like. That's what my second marriage looks like. My wife leaves me free to pursue my job. I get to spend 100% of my time doing my job, doing my work. And I'm very successful at it, very effective at it. I'm very good at providing resources for my family. And in return, my wife takes care of our household, raises my children, my wife has zero financial concerns at all. We can do anything we want that she wants to do. But that's a trade-off. And when a hard decision has to be made, I am the final call on that decision. And there's no question about that in my family. Mm-hmm. And that works very well for us. And I think most young people should aspire to that kind of family structure. My wife is very happy in her marriage.
Mine is too. That's
the way to be.
You know, and ours is, she's more of the one that makes those bigger decisions, you know, but it's also something that we discuss. I mean, you know, I can't think of a single, you know, major decision that we haven't made over the past almost 20 years that we've been married that it wasn't a decision that we both decided on, and whether it was carried out by her on one side or me on the other side.
Mm-hmm. I want to be very clear that I'm not saying anything negative about your personal, because whatever works for the family structure is mm-hmm. absolutely fine with me. So
but we're talking about,
it's always awkward to talk about these things when you're talking about people who have I'm like, this is the optimal structure, and someone has a different structure, and I don't want you to.
I'm totally with you though. That is the optimal. Mine is a unique case. Don't get me wrong. It is absolutely unique. What I'm saying is, in general, you are absolutely right that the man making the decision, the woman supporting him, is going to be your optimal best reward.
And of course, there are men out there who are shitbags, so you shouldn't rely on them at all. They're shitbags.
Exactly.
And
I wouldn't rely on them either.
Some men cry, and when you ask them why, they say, "I'm happy. That's why I'm crying." And I'm like, "That's pretty fucking gay." Instantly dried up.
As one of those shitbags, I agree with Andrew.
Traditionally, we didn't allow women to pick their shitbags. Women had a choice, had a voice in the matter. But traditionally, if we talk about human history, the fathers and the uncles and the brothers were involved in vetting.
That's how they do it in Iraq.
And I'm not saying I'm advocating a process where a father says, "Daughter, you're marrying this guy." But I think there's a lot of sense to a system where you say the father vets 10 or 15 or 20 dudes and says, these are dudes I'll let you date. And from them, you can pick a husband. But you're not just going out in the goddamn street and picking some random homosexual to marry. That's not happening.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I mean, you are speaking facts. You are speaking facts. I mean, well, like right now, my dad always tells me,
and by the way,
like,
if the husband picks a dude and the daughter doesn't want him, the daughter should be free to say no. I'm not in favor of compulsory marriage. The whole point is for the husbands, the uncles, the brothers to be screening men that would be suitable husbands. And then the daughter can pick from those men whoever she feels most attracted to.
Yeah,
because again, marriage is not about passion and love. You're lucky if you have that. It's about obligation.
The dad doesn't pick the guy; he screens them. And it's a big difference.
I don't know. With our culture, if a dude comes to the house, asks for your hand, the first thing my dad's gonna ask him is, "Do you have a degree?"
Right. That's what I would say.
What
do you do for a living? How much money do you make?
Yeah.
How are you going to support my daughter? What are your prospects moving forward? What's your plan for the next 5 years, 10 years? That's what I would ask that young man.
Mm-hmm.
And if he says, well, dude, I just skateboard. Okay.
My dad's going to be like,
men can skateboard the fuck out of here.
Men are very good at sniffing out deadbeat men because we work with them. We're expected to rely on them. So we have to screen them out just for professional purposes. If a guy starts talking, we have a giant meter on our head that says bullshit, bullshit, bullshit. This guy's fucking lying to me. We're very well attuned to that. Women are not. Women are like, oh, he's hot. I'm just going to go on a date with this guy because he's hot.
Never go for the hot dudes, man.
Would tell their daughter, no.
Steer clear.
No. After you, he's going to bang 12 other chicks tonight. How does the father know? Well, maybe your father was that dude.
He's been there.
Your life. Yeah.
My dad. I know my dad. I know my dad was a man whore back in his day. I know it. He doesn't like to admit it, but when I make hints at it, he's like, "Can we not talk about that?" I'm like, that's not denying it. So
actually, I think it's important for a man. I think it's valuable for a man to be a man whore in his early years because that's how he learns to understand women. That's how he learns how to not be a simp.
Yeah,
because men don't have that emotional commitment during sex, right? So they're not suffering trauma every time they F a girl and she doesn't call them back. We don't care, actually. We don't care. Like, okay. But girls do care.
I feel like with my generation compared to like your generation or Shizzy's or like my dad's, the dudes that I'm dealing with are not even half the man that any of you are.
Well, it's because you are in California too. So I mean,
that too.
You've sort of got that going against you. You take your place to some place where men actually have to work to survive, like really work. It changes quite a bit.
I mean, I can tell you there are parts of the country where like for 100 square miles, there's 100 people living there and it's 99 dudes and 1 goat. And if a woman showed up, she would be the Queen Sheba of that 100 square miles. Every man would be competing for her. Now, these are oil workers and stuff, but they're making 6 figures. They're making a lot of money.
Oh God, yeah.
But they come home smelling like oil. When you talk to your girlfriends and they say, what does he do? You don't get to say, he's a doctor, he's a lawyer. He works on an oil rig someplace.
Yep.
But he's making a lot of money. He'll love you. But women love status. They love status so much. So most folks don't know. A lot of lawyers, men lawyers, they make no money. I mean, they make so little money. It's pathetic. They're making poverty level. They're making $40,000 a year. They're making the minimum wage at McDonald's money. But women will marry that dude and be able to tell their friends, oh, he's a lawyer, rather than the oil worker who's making 6 figures a year and have to say, or the plumber or whatever, the electrician, oh, he's a tradesman, because that feels shameful to them because that guy doesn't have status. As a guy who's worked both jobs, right, as a diesel mechanic and now as a lawyer, listen, man, there were times when I was a young lawyer, I was poverty stricken. As a young lawyer, I knew nothing. I had no practice. I was making much, much less money than I was as a diesel mechanic. As an 18-year-old diesel mechanic, I made more money than I knew how to spend. It was ridiculous. Now, of course, as a well-established lawyer with a well-established practice, I make perfectly fine money. But women love the status label rather than they actually value the money. It's crazy. Because they always figure, well, I'll make him better. I'll fix him. I'll teach him how to become more successful. Ladies, you cannot build a man. You cannot build a man. I will repeat it again. You cannot build a man. Either that dude has ambition, has that fire inside him, in which case you don't need to do anything. He's going to take off like a rocket, or he doesn't. And if he doesn't, if he's kind of a beta, laid back kind of dude, he's never going to turn into an alpha guy. That's not how that happens.
Never.
A lot of them act like alphas, and then once you really get to know them, you're like, beta.
So what's that look like? Acting like an alpha. What's that look like? Could
Where
you describe
they-
it? So you meet a dude and you perceive him as an alpha. It turns out he's a beta. What's he doing that makes you perceive him as an alpha?
Well, he's emotionally unstable. Like,
No,
I'm
as
talking
an alpha. What,
Oh,
what do
as
you,
an
how
alpha?
do you perceive it as an alpha?
Oh, they talk
When you
the big
first meet him,
talk.
you're like, oh my God, this guy's
Right.
an alpha.
They talk the big talk, like, I'm this successful, and this is what I want out of a marriage. This is what I want out of life. This is what I expect from my wife, and like the future of building a house and having kids and yada yada. But then slowly, as you get to know them, the mask starts slipping,
And
you
you start seeing
notice
their insecurities.
you start seeing their insecurities, or like they'll just be staring at you and start crying, and you're like, what the fuck is your problem? What are you crying for? Like, what happened? Like, are you okay? And they're just like, I'm just so happy you're sitting beside me. And I'm like,
That's weird.
Yeah, I've never done that in my life.
I think it's time for me to exit. You know what I mean? Because
there's
I
a
think
couple
for a
of
man,
possibilities, right? There's one possibility is they lied to you up front about the resources they had, the success they had, right? They were just lying.
Right.
And you're like, I believe the lies.
to
and
try
then
to
it
get
turned
my
out-
attention.
Sure. And the lies then were exposed, and now the bitches are crying, whatever they're doing. I don't know.
Yeah.
The other possibility, in fairness, so I'm not saying this to be offensive. I'm saying this as in a friendly conversation, right? The other possibility is they weren't lying about their resources, but maybe they started. Is it possible you might have been dating a couple levels above your level?
No.
Okay.
Not with this guy. Not with this
No.
guy.
All right, you're thinking of one particular guy, which of
one
course,
particular person. He's
only you have that
definitely-
experience. But I do see a lot of women. What'll happen is they'll date a couple levels up and have fun with that gentleman for a certain period of time. And he's actually alpha. He actually is. He's an 8, 9, 10 dude. He's got the money. He's not lying about any of that. But he's kind of, I don't know how to say it in a non-offensive way. He's kind of
okay. Well, I could be more descriptive with it. However, I'm
not talking about no. Don't. I don't want you to. I'm not talking about your personal situation. All right. I'm talking generally.
Yeah,
this
don't
is
do
what
that.
women do. I talk generally, and they're like, "But that wasn't me," and I'm like, "I'm not talking about you. I'm not talking about you." Okay.
Well,
So
because
please
I
don't
mean,
get
I could
defensive.
use a couple of different examples, but the problem is, I don't know if any of these fuckers stalk me or not. I've had a lot of situations where they end up being stalkers, and that's one of the reasons why I don't think they're alpha. Is that they won't fuck off.
No alpha guy stalks anybody.
Exactly.
They're already banging another chick. So
yeah, alpha guys are just like, okay, done, over with, see you, bye. And
yeah.
then
Right.
they
From
move
my
on.
personal experience, if I've moved on from a girl, she just disappears.
Yeah.
It's like
Lefty. This guy is probably watching right now. I do not doubt it.
Probably.
I wouldn't doubt it. Like, I'm sorry. I mean, if he is watching it, go fuck yourself.
You got to give the finger when you do that. Come on.
Double finger.
2 fingers.
Oh, wait.
That's one for both ends.
I do have a perfect clip for that. It's actually you and Nick. Oh, it's not on here.
It's perfect. It's
not
there.
on here. I think it's on your live stream one or the AI chat.
I thought it was over here. You're right. It's on the DEP one.
It's on the DEP one?
Mm-hmm.
It's just the sound bite, though. It's not the video. Right?
No, it's the whole video.
Fist yourself, you fucking idiot.
Oh, that's Nick.
There it is. There it is. That's my favorite line. Whenever someone pisses me off, I'm like, fist yourself, you fucking idiot.
Oh, Nick is so funny.
Hey, you were on that stream. It was awesome.
I don't even remember. I've been on. He's just so funny. I love that guy.
He's blessed.
Yeah, I don't know. Shizzy.
So I see in the comments
you asked
someone
me
says
something
Jet.
in private.
Yeah, I did ask you something in private.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry. So, I
He's reading Too High Strung's comment. Too High said, just as more alpha than 98% of dudes here in California. It's because they made me be this way. Because they're such bitches. Well, I have to be the man.
And here's the thing. And I was holding off on this because I don't like offending people too much. Well, fuck that. I don't care anymore.
I do. I don't care. Fuck their feelings.
So tell us, Jess. Name 3 things about men that you like.
Like when I'm talking to a dude?
Yeah. What like gets you just like going, ooh.
The way their mind works, like their intelligence. Like, I'm super into like nerdy, intelligent dudes that know what the fuck they're talking about.
Such a lie.
No, I really am. I really am.
I know you think you are.
You'll see me. I'll be like, oh yeah, talk dirty to me. Or talk nerdy to me, you know? Instead of like,
we heard you right the first time.
No. If you've heard the song by Jason, hold on.
Like she gets more. Let's put it this way, Bronca. She gets more excited listening to you and MLS than she does guys her own age.
That's different. I'm not
a. Well, I guess I'm into older men.
Well,
then.
it's not. We're not talking about the sex part.
Maybe that's my problem. I'm going for guys my age, and I need someone that's older.
Hey, listen, my wife is 15 years younger than me. It works.
I guess I'll try that.
Yeah.
Now,
maybe keep an open mind. When I met my wife, I saw her on a street in Boston, outside of a pub. I was just playing darts in a pub in Boston. I walked out to get on my motorcycle to go home, and this pretty girl was looking at my motorcycle on the sidewalk. And I struck up a conversation. And now, 15 years later, we're married, have 2 kids, perfectly in love. All these years, never had a bad spot in our marriage.
Love that. That's so organic.
Just from a cold approach on the street. I have to confess, when I first saw her, I thought she might be an escort, and I wasn't sure if I would be able to afford her because she was so pretty. She was so
pretty. Okay.
I was like, oh, she's working.
Yeah.
No, so you said 3 things, right?
Yeah.
Their intelligence. So I like nerdy dudes, not gonna lie. Definitely.
But a guy being a nerd doesn't get your attention. Lots of guys are nerds. You don't see them. They're not on your radar. What gets a guy on your radar? You walk into a room, like a conference room, like
what's the first thing that you spots out?
And you see
I
it
think
automatically goes to
a guy. Like if I find a guy attractive, I think it's his eyes, like the way he's looking at me, and like especially if we lock eyes, I'm like, all right.
Right.
What now?
So in fairness, at that point, you know nothing about whether or not he's a nerd.
Yeah.
Right? It's a physical attraction. Okay.
Physical. Yeah, it's a physical attraction.
So physical attraction, you lock eyes, got to be something about the eyes that gets you going. Then you sit down, you start talking to him, you realize that he's nerdy. What's the next thing that's going to like?
No, there's more before that happens.
Oh, is there?
Yeah, I mean, is the guy 5'2"?
No, because I'm 5'2". He has to be taller than me, of course.
Exactly. That's my point. So that's my point. It's not just the nerd intellect. It's
well,
these physical attributes.
I've dated guys that are my height, like 5'2".
I'm not criticizing you.
They're
I think
fucking
it's perfectly
retarded.
appropriate for you to want a taller dude. Every woman wants a taller dude. I'm not criticizing.
Well, yeah.
I'm just
because
observing.
I think it's cuter. It's also
because
cuter.
when we asked you, you talked about he's a nerd.
Yes. Yeah.
Right.
You're right.
So
So what's minimum height?
The height matters.
Minimum
minimum
height. Minimum
This is
height,
how
probably,
women live in delusion. And I love you, Jessica. But when we ask you, you give us this false representation of what you're actually interested in. But
minimum
when we dig in,
height.
Objection, non-responsive.
5'10". But I'll tell you what I like about tall guys. I like that feeling of like when you go in for a hug and they like tower over you because you feel
every
safe,
woman
you feel
likes
protected.
that. Every woman. That's why women like tall guys.
That's why my woman likes me. My
Now,
wife likes me.
How about
your
obesity?
wife loves you.
Do you like obesity?
Fuck no.
No, of course not. Nobody
But I
does.
have that standard for myself too. I have that standard for myself. If I
I'm
get
not
out of
saying
the
it's
shower,
wrong. I'm not saying
if
it's
I-
wrong. I wouldn't.
Yeah.
If you were dating an obese guy, I'd say, "What the hell is wrong with
well,
you?"
I look at it like if I get out of the shower and I look at myself and I'm like, I wouldn't tap that. That means I need to hit the gym and get back to what I was doing before. I have that same standard
here.
for men.
I have my thin periods. I have my fat periods. I cycle back and forth. There's nothing wrong with any of that. The only point I'm trying to make is that when you ask women what they're looking for in a guy, they'll say that he's kind, that he's nice, that he's funny. And it's not that those things don't matter, but that's not what locks a girl in at first. What locks a girl in at first are physical attributes, height, weight, facial appearance.
Ooh, also the way he walks. The way he walks. He has to like exceed like he has to, I don't know, like give out rays of confidence.
Right.
That he's confident in himself. Because if a dude is not confident in himself.
And you can see that in a dude, can't you? Right? When a dude walks into a room, you can tell right away, instantly, like that. Right? Yep. That's not mental state. That's how he's presenting himself physically to the world.
So Jess, can you name 3 things you appreciate about Andrew?
About Bronca?
I have all those things.
Wait, hold on. He's married though. Isn't that inappropriate?
Yeah. No, it's fine. I am married.
I wouldn't want to be like stepping on your wife's toes.
For the whole world to know, I'm very happily married to my wife. This is just a psychological experiment.
That was a throwback joke, by the way.
It was.
Was a throwback.
I know what you're getting at. I know what you're referring to.
Don't you start that.
Not today, Baldo.
Baldo's a shit stirrer, just so you know.
It wasn't me. By the way, Bronca, that wasn't me that he was making fun of because I can name 3 things off the top. This question specifically was about physical features that was being asked. And I can name 3 off the top.
Is it the giant forehead? Is that the sexiest part of me? Is the giant forehead?
Your hair. I actually like the gray hair on men. I like the gray hair on men. I like your beard. And your eyes.
Right. None of that, by the way, was intellect.
But I was giving examples of physical features.
I understand. It's fine.
No, your intellect, your brain is fucking beautiful. I love your brain.
No kind.
So you like the grey hair, but you haven't tried older men yet?
Not that I know of, no.
Yeah,
I mean, I've tried like maybe 10 years older. But this dude was married and divorced, and I realized he wasn't out of his fuckboy phase. His marriage didn't even last 3 months, so he probably shouldn't even have gotten married in the first place.
No, right. Obviously. No. I mean, come on.
You know? Yeah. And then his mom was giving me dirty. Because he's like the same culture. And we saw him at like one of the holiday parties or whatever that the church has. And his mom was staring me down and she like whispered to his boy and she's like, she's too young for him. She probably wants his money. And then his boy looked at her. He's like, actually, she wants nothing to do with your son. She doesn't find him attractive whatsoever. It was kind of funny, but I didn't like how arrogant he was. I don't like dudes who flex their money. If that makes sense.
Not even a little bit. Come on.
No, well, okay.
What,
okay.
Flex their money to you, or flex their money in general?
So
having a decent sports car is a flex of money.
Well, flexing to me, I don't want a dude that's flexing to me, because I'm not trying to be with you for your money, though.
I understand, but let's not pretend that women don't care. So for example, I
do care to the certain extent where I want to be taken care of, but I don't want to feel like all he cares about is his
I understand
material.
what Jessica is saying, where it's the money is very important, but if he has that air of confidence and he flexes showing that he has that kind of money without doing it, it's the same way. It's just that attitude. You walk into a place, you know that I can afford this. This isn't a big thing. Let me take care of whatever this is. And they're not doing it to just show up and say, hey, you know, I order the most expensive thing and I've got you covered. That's not what they're doing. They're just like, no, I got this. Don't worry about it. It's fine.
Yeah.
They're not bothered
I like
by
the dudes. Okay, let me give you a good example of a dude that has money.
I understand.
But he's very humble about it. Like, dude drives a Mercedes, you know, obviously dresses from head to toe very nicely. Movado watch, whatever, right? But when he talks to me like I am a person. He's not saying like, oh, look at my watch or look at my Gucci belt or yeah, you see my car right there? That was $100 grand. I don't give a fuck. But I like the dudes that like they have all that, but they're just talking to you. They're not worried about saying like, look at my car, look at my house, look at my belt, look at my watch.
Because that's not what makes them. They've got better aspirations. You know? These are results of their aspirations.
Right. And it's to me, it's very unattractive when a dude is like, oh, you can't afford that. Let me take care of that for you. Like what?
Yeah, that's offensive.
Why would a guy say that?
I've had guys say that before. I've had guys say that.
I can understand a guy saying, "Let me buy that for you," but why would you denigrate the woman?
Yeah, no. I've had a guy literally say,
presumably want to sleep with.
I've literally had a guy tell me that he wants to give me money, like kind of like an allowance weekly, because I need it, because the income that I'm making at my job is not enough. And I'm like,
well, he was just a sugar daddy.
Yeah, but then he's gonna turn around and be like, "Oh, she used me for my money." If he doesn't get what he wants.
Well, there are some guys that's what they are looking for. There are some guys that's what they're looking for. They're looking to be sugar daddies.
Oh my God. Yeah, I know a lot of them. I mean, again, folks, for the whole audience, I'm happily married. I'm not looking to be a sugar daddy to anybody. But no, I know plenty of sugar daddies who make good money and can pay a half a dozen girls to kind of be in their orbit and be in their beck and call, and they pay them, what would I call it, an allowance, I guess. Make it
well,
legal.
that's like the okay. So I have people. They've seen me on Ricada stream or whatever, right? They subscribe to me and they'll pop up in the chat and they'll be like, "Oh, what's your OnlyFans?" I'm like, I don't actually have one.
No, don't do it. Don't do it. No. I'm not recommending any woman. If a
I'm not
sugar
doing
daddy
it.
approaches you, ladies, don't do it. It'll
I'm not doing
traumatize you.
No,
So
because
I'm not
and then
recommending it.
I mean, you've seen me and Drex joke about like feet pictures on Twitter, where like I'll get a fresh pedicure and I'll take a picture of my foot and I'll tag Drex in it, and then like subscribe to my OnlyFeet. But I don't actually have an OnlyFeet. I just do it because it's funny as fuck. Because everyone makes fun of Drex for having a foot fetish, and he leans into it. It's for fun. But then you have people who are like, well, why are you on the internet if you don't have an OnlyFans? Why are you even streaming? You shouldn't even be on the internet if you don't.
People
have
ask me that too. I know, it's so weird.
Well, I have an
or
OnlyFans.
they'll be like, They'll be like, why
I've
don't
yet
you
to post anything on there? I only did it so nobody else could get it.
Or they'll be like, well, why don't you show any boobs on stream? I'm like, because that's not why I'm here. Yeah. I'm not on stream to milk dudes for their money. I do not like simps. I hate simps. I actually have a strict policy on my channel. If you simp, I'll give you a warning and time you out. But if you keep doing it, I'm going to ban you from my channel. And that's why when KLI walked in, he said, I'm an ugly old hag and I look like I'm 60, because I've told them nobody's allowed to give me compliments ever.
Oh,
no, I give compliments to Jess, but also I'm happily married, and it's not a simp. It's because I'm giving her a genuine compliment.
Right, but also we're friends too.
Yeah,
so
this is completely different.
Yeah.
So there'll be no simping here. We don't allow that.
Yeah, I don't take.
I'm not sure that girls and guys can ever really be friends, but what girls have to do is just interact with the dudes, and if the dude comes across as a creep, cut him off, and if he doesn't, you can pretend it's still friends. I don't know.
Life in general says no, you just simp for looks. I do it for fun. I think it's funny, and I think, you know what, guys don't have enough simp girls.
Yeah,
they really
that
don't.
Is true. That is true.
No,
so like, why not stroke their ego by saying like, "Ooh, look at Camelot's sexy beard" or something? I don't want to use you guys because you're married.
Oh no! Make no mistake. The top 10% of guys have more pussy flying at them than they can knock out of the way. It's everywhere. It's normal people. It's the average dude who's feeling left out of the sexual marketplace. But the top 10 to 20% of dudes, it's the vagina is everywhere and aggressive. You crazy broads, calm down.
Yeah.
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 Be more Catholic,
especially as they get older.
Be more Catholic. I mean, I'm not saying I'm perfect. I've made my share of mistakes, but I have morals and values. And a lot of the shit I see from females, I'm like, whoa. Like, I don't know. There's a certain, like, especially if you're married as a woman, there's a certain way you should be carrying yourself. And a lot of women don't seem to have that. They don't seem to have that boundary.
No, they just carry themselves like whores. They just we see them. These are the trad cons on the internet, right? They just,
they make themselves look like a
and they look great.
Whore.
They look great. They're gorgeous. They got their boobs hanging
well, they're
out,
hot. I mean, which guy wouldn't like titties?
They're physically hot, of course. But what they're actually doing when they're in a marriage is they're presenting themselves in a sexual manner to men who are not their husbands.
Exactly.
And that's just acting like a whore. Sorry.
And that's
makes
disrespectful to their husbands, right or wrong?
Is.
Because they're so driven for sexual attention from men who are not their husband. Now, listen, if you're a young single gal and you want to wear a mini skirt and show your boobs, more power to you. You got to attract the husband. You got to nail a guy down.
Yeah,
that's exactly what I would do. But once you've nailed a husband down, your sexual attention is supposed to be limited to him. To him. Wear those short skirts and those boob exposing outfits in the bedroom with your husband. Why are you putting them on the internet? The only reason you're doing that is to get sexual attention from men,
from other men.
Your husband. You're a whore. Sorry. That's what you are. Stop it.
You're a whore.
So you can get fired from a job for a social media morality clause. Can you put one of those clauses into a prenup?
You can put anything you want into a prenup. It's a personal contract.
Will it stand?
All right. So here's how you make prenups work. All right. What you have to do is you write up the prenup with your lawyer. You send it to her lawyer. She has her own lawyer. That lawyer reviews it. You have a dialogue going back and forth until you have a prenup you agree to. You end up at a lawyer's office with your counsel present, her counsel present, and you videotape the signing of the prenup with her lawyer sitting right next to her. And she has to read every paragraph of that prenup, acknowledge that she understands, accepts those terms with counsel, and initials it on video. And then you do the next paragraph and the next paragraph and the next paragraph. And then if she ever wants to dispute that prenup in the future, that video is shown to the jury. And there's no way you will defeat that prenup. Where guys get in trouble is they download some prenup from the goddamn internet with no lawyers involved, and she signs it. And then she says, oh, I signed it under duress. I didn't really know what it meant. Those get thrown out all the time.
Always sign it with a lawyer.
If you know what you're doing, they're robust.
All right. And so does it matter who pays for her lawyer as long as she's represented?
I mean, yes and no. So I would not pay her lawyer directly. I would give her the money to pay her lawyer. So the check comes from her.
What if both lawyers were paid from the same account?
That's not good.
Mitigate that?
No, that looks like a
So
conflict
separate
of
that.
interest. Yeah.
Okay.
Why are you getting a prenup?
Not yet.
Okay. I don't do family. By the way, I don't do family law. I'm just sharing. I did family law many years ago, so I'm just sharing those experiences.
That's awesome. I mean, that's pretty damn ironclad. It's like being on a witness stand, and they show the video of you telling the cops that you deleted somebody.
Right. She's going to say, I was coerced. I didn't know what this meant. And then you show the videotape of her reading the paragraph with her lawyer next to her. Have you discussed this with your lawyer? You're comfortable with what it says and you're signing it? Yes, I'm signing it right on. There's no way you're getting that thrown out.
Are you here today with us under duress, or have you come under your own
right.
free will?
All of that. Right.
Oh, yeah.
So there's ways to do a prenup correctly. The trouble is, the way I just described, that's a $5,000 to $10,000 prenup.
Yeah.
Because you got lawyers all around. You have court recorders taking notes. You have videotape. You have, it's really expensive. So for a guy who's already accumulated wealth and wants to protect it, yeah, absolutely do that. For a dude who's 23 and is marrying a woman who's 22, that's and maybe in the future he'll be worth $1 million. He doesn't have that money to do that.
Well, and that's why they make things called postnups. You can always make those.
Yeah, but she'll never sign it.
Very good possibility.
That it gets harder at that point because you've already.
Now, women know a year ahead of time before they're going to get divorced.
Yep.
So when a guy realizes, holy crap, I might need a postnup, it's too late. It's a year too late. She already knows she's divorcing you. She's just setting up the next guy and the bank accounts, and she's talking to lawyers, and she's doing all that shit for a full year before she says, honey, we need to talk. This isn't working. When she tells you that, she spent a whole year setting up the entire divorce.
And it is too late.
So then in the cases of those that get married and then they end up getting a divorce or an annulment or dissolution or whatever within like 3 months after being married, does that mean she knew they were getting divorced before they even got married? Because then why the fuck would you waste your money on a wedding?
Yeah, I don't know. Well, some women, no, I can tell you, actually, there's an answer. A lot of women are living for the wedding. They want the party. They want the celebration. They want to be the bride.
Retarded.
Well,
my brother. Okay, so my brother is
Who
getting
said
married.
women were always logical?
My brother is getting married in August, and with our culture, they're known to have 400 people, 400 guests, and all the arrangements made and stuff. And it literally totals around anywhere between $70,000 to $90,000. That's if you're not going with the expensive stuff. And I'm the other day I was listening to him making his budget, and I was like, fuck all that. Take your money and put a down payment on a house or something. Why would you guys want to spend so much money for one day? I don't know. That's just me though.
So I don't know if the other guys here have had this experience, but I've worked in corporate offices before where suddenly a lady in the corporate office who's been engaged for 7 years. Suddenly, the guy says, all right, I'm ready to get married. And she will come down those stairs into the office or up the stairs. It's like Rocky jogging up the stairs in Philadelphia to the statue and doing the fist pump up in the air. Oh my God, I'm finally getting married. It's all about the party. It's about
Isn't that too long to be engaged?
Yeah, but some women don't have an option. They can't get a better dude, and that dude's not ready to commit. So they're kind of locked in on him. They're going to guilt him into finally marrying her, and her ecstasy about the proposal had nothing to do with what you might philosophically think about a marriage, a cohesion of a man and woman, obligation.
It was just about the wedding.
It was about her, the party. She would be the princess. She would be wearing the gown. Everyone would be paying attention to her. That's what she was ecstatic about. And the moment I heard her say that, I was like, that guy is effed. She'll get the big party. In 5 years, he'll have a couple kids. She'll get bored. She'll file for divorce. And that guy will be ruined. Because most men who go through divorce are financially and emotionally ruined. The costs that the courts extract from them are unbelievable. And just think about the notion that a family, a husband and wife in the same home, right? Say the home costs them $2,000 a month in a mortgage, and they have a couple kids. And that's all they can afford, right? They're maxing out. They don't have a lot of they're not wealthy. They bought the best house they could buy. And now they have to have 2 homes. So the guy has to have his own home, and he has to pay half his income back to the ex-wife to support her home. That guy is financially ruined. And if the ex-wife gets mad at him, she can just say, you don't get to see your kids. Sorry, nothing you can do about it. Sue me in family court in 6 months. Yep. You don't. And as a father of 4 children, I can tell you the worst thing you could ever do to me, I'd sooner be in prison. The worst thing you could ever do to me is tell me you cannot have access to your children. And that's what that ex-wife can do to him on a whim. And it happens all the time. So
I've heard, like, especially here in California, it's really bad. Like when couples get divorced and they have kids, like it can get really ugly down here.
So why would a guy do that?
I'm like,
why would a guy volunteer for that arrangement? Because when a guy is getting married, if he's prudent, he understands he's not marrying just a woman. He's marrying the government that will decide the terms of his divorce if it doesn't work out. And that government is entirely on the woman's side. So he's marrying not just Jane in California, he's marrying Jane and the state of California. And that woman, Jane, knows at any instant she could say, you know what, state of California, I'm bored this week. I want to ruin this guy. And there's not a goddamn thing he can do about it. Nothing. I can take his kids, I can take his money, I can take his property, and the state of California will defend her 100% all the way. And he's just left there beaten to a pulp without his kids, poverty-stricken. Maybe he loses his job because of the emotional stress of the whole thing. So what rational person would enter into that deal ahead of time?
Yeah.
If you knew that your contractual partner, you described it as a business, right? Your partner actually benefits substantially from violating the contract. Who would enter into a contract where your partner benefits from violating the contract? I mean, that's just a bad deal. Nobody would do that from a commercial.
Well, then at that point, wouldn't it be more beneficial for you to, like, so to speak, get your bread up and get that ironclad prenup at that point?
No, for most guys, it's a lot easier to focus on their career, make a lot of money, and just bang a lot of chicks. Because guys are not emotionally driven to have children.
Right.
We don't actually care. We'll buy motorcycles and boats and whores and shit. So
I mean, I will admit, I don't know, especially this year, once I turned 30, every time I see a baby now, I'm like, oh, I want one.
Yeah, right. And that's normal.
And I'm like, but then I'm also thinking in the back of my head, like, what the fuck is wrong with you? You've never liked babies this much.
Right. You do, because we're all
The
evolutionarily
clock is
wired,
ticking.
right, to have children. And traditionally, of course, it would be the woman who would convince a guy to have kids, right? I love you. Put a baby inside me. Look how great I am at sex. Just F me until there's a baby inside me. And guys are like, well, I like sex, so I'll do that part. And suddenly there's a baby, and the guys are like, well, now I have an obligation to raise a baby. But there's very few men grow up in their young adulthood, in their teens, and say, my passion is to have children. Men just don't think that way. We just don't. Women convince us to have children. And if the woman is not telling us that, the woman saying, hey, I'll just bang you. We can have a situationship. We can just have the positive things that guys care about. And you don't have to worry about kids because I'm on birth control or whatever. I don't care. Guys are happy.
Don't trust her. Don't trust her. She's lying about being on birth control.
I'm going to step out.
I've actually, okay.
Right.
One of my brother's friends, actually, he ended up hooking up with a chick that said she was on birth control. He took her word for it, and he ended up with a kid.
Mm-hmm.
But now, I think now he has like full custody of the daughter, like sole custody.
Yeah, bro. What's up, Bronco?
Hey guys, it's been great fun. Thank you so much for
Thank you for coming on.
Thank you for coming on. It's been great.
It is my bedtime, and I've been informed that it's time to go to bed. Got a full work day tomorrow. So, as always, the invitations are always greatly appreciated. I can't always make it. I apologize for that, but that's the way life is. But I do appreciate you guys thinking of me, and it's been a great conversation. I've had a lot of fun.
It has been. Thank you very much, Bronco.
I'm sorry I completely
I
derailed.
appreciate you.
When I came on, you were talking about a trial, and we completely
there is nothing wrong with our streams getting derailed. We just enjoy
especially
doing this.
By somebody like you who has such intellect.
I'm
like,
a small town lawyer. I'm a nobody.
Stop it. You're awesome. We appreciate
awesome,
you.
Bronco. We appreciate you.
But I really enjoyed the conversation from everybody. It's been great. And I wish you all a safe and happy rest of the week and the weekend. And I look forward to the next time we have a chance to meet up. Take care, guys. Good night.
Have a good one.
What a guy. I love him.
He's awesome.
He is.
I'm so glad he came in here. He's such a pleasure to talk to.
He is. That's why whenever people are like, "Oh, Bronco get all upset," it's just like, why would you get upset about Bronco? Well, he says things I don't like to hear. It's basically what it boils down to.
Yeah, well, it's because they instead of like seeing it like he's making a good point, they take offense to it, and it's like, bro, how do you get through life getting that offended? Like, I actually enjoy listening to him because he actually opens my eyes to things that I don't even think about sometimes.
You know, like, even if you don't agree with him, listening to his point of view makes sense. Because I like being able to understand both sides of an argument, or all sides of an argument, because the way I figure it is, if I can argue both sides, then I feel that my point of view is an educated point of view. Whereas if I'm just like, this is my point of view, and anything you have to say is bullshit, so piss off, then I'm not educated on that subject, and I'm going on feelings, not what I feel are facts. What I think are facts. So,
well, and that different point of view can help either destroy your opinion about something, or your thoughts on something, or solidify it.
Yeah,
you know, it's wonderful having people like Bronco around.
He certainly is an interesting person.
We need more people like him out here in this space. That
especially people who will tell you it like it is. They don't beat around the bush. I love that.
I love beating around the bush too.
I do too.
Stop it.
Well,
as long as she's only got a small bush, I'm good. Who cares? Bush is bush.
God damn it. God damn it, Baldo. You were doing so good. I'm just kidding. I love you.
Oh, well, you know, I think we can end this on a high note. How about we do that?
Yeah.
I love you. You love me. Can I lick you where you pee? What?
Oh my God.
I love that so much.
I'm so glad I clipped that.
I am so glad you did too, because that really has made my day. Every time I see it, I'm just like, that's awesome. All right, we'll leave it on to some sexiness for you, ladies and gentlemen. Peace, y'all. Oh, by the way, tomorrow night we'll be on the same channels, except we're going to be doing Depp. Y'all have a good one. Peace.